Hello. I'm a little late. But we're good. What's up? Let's see here. Gotta get my factions picked and banned with my opponent. How goes? How goes? Alright. I've had a thought. What if I kite every game? Maybe. Maybe it works. I went high elves, wood elves. He went Bretonia and vampire counts. Oh boy. What beats Bretonia vampire counts? Oh, I guess Khorne is actually like kind of hype here. Khorne's pretty good versus both. All right. Bretonia vampire counts Norska versus wood elves, high elves, and Khorne. But yeah, I think if I just always kite, I think we become effectively unbeatable. Oh, dang. Daniken and Charix are playing today. Woo! Woo, that's spice. That's very spice. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna ban High Elves versus Bretonia. But yeah, I think if I just go Wood Elves and High Elves, and then one counterpick faction, then I think we're good. Yeah, Ogre kiting where applicable, Empire kiting where applicable. Will really depend on whatever factions they decide to play. But yeah, we'll see. Actually got a lot of signups today. This is a stacked tournament. Oh my god. Charix, B6, Daniken, Boss Toss, Navigator. Oh my gosh. Is Renataki in here? Jeez Louise. He bans Wood Elves versus Vampire counts. Bretonia versus Khorne. Let's see here. High Elves versus Norska. I think we can win that. Same with Wood Elves versus Norska. I'll ban Khorne versus Norska. And then we'll ban Wood Elves versus Bretonia. Because obviously, we're not playing that. Yep, this is the rehearsal for the grand finals. Hello, 3 Tira. Are Chaos Dwarves unpopular? They're actually quite popular. I personally don't think they're that great. But I've lost to them before. They can be a little sketchy. Alright, the bans are in. Let's play Wood Elves versus Norska. Then we'll play High Elf. Yeah. We'll start off with Wood Elves versus Norska. Actually, you know, yeah. Wood Elves versus Norska. Ban, Ambush. Actually, let's see, Rapturous Expanse or Celestial Lake. Which one would I rather do? Yeah, sure. We'll ban Expanse. Oh boy. Here we go. Ogres, my lord. Well, we're starting off with Wood Elves. I do think Ogres will be a nice counter pick, as long as I'm really careful about how I run them. Alright, I'm playing on Celestial Lake. I just noticed it's Celestial Lake, not Crystal Lake. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, so the theme of today is kiting with Wood Elves and High Elves. I think it's the safest playstyle that I can possibly go for. The big thing is I just need some sort of counter to their Wood Elves. I think if I can do that, then I'll be okay. Surely fine. Yeah, surely we won't run into any issues. If we're playing against Norska, yeah, I think this makes the most sense. I'm gonna take a handful of these dudes. And then spending always a little awkward. There we go. Then obviously we want some Dryads. And then we want the Wild Rider core. Who would have guessed? It's pretty vanilla. It's all pretty vanilla when it comes to Wood Elves. Then maybe some anti-infantry? Sure, this should be good enough. Our mirror match is not allowed. In the finals, no. In my tournaments, yes, they are allowed. They should technically be quite rare, though. Because you're picking factions at the same time, one at a time. So you both have to pick the same faction during the same round to get a mirror. We'll be trying the attack speed and enjoy a million Glade Guard build. I think it's a good thing to have in pocket, but I feel like I'm just so much more comfortable with Kite. The thing is, Kite will come down entirely to how we play. How strong can we micro? And then I'll save the skew builds and stuff when we face Danican or Charix. Oh. I think picking up Petonia will be good. Probably against Danican and Charix. Though they'll both have their own ways to just hard counter Petonia. We must be a little careful. So yeah, I feel like Wood Elves are like probably the strongest faction in the game right now. For their consistency. Like, I think we're going to see a hell of a lot of Wood Elves in the tournament, or they're just going to be banned all the time. But at least in terms of general threat, I think Wood Elves are kind of bonkers. Yeah, Skaven. I did ask CA to buff Skaven. Fingers crossed they fingers crossed they're listening. It'd be funny if you lose your first game. Yeah. Let's see here. So it's Wood Elves versus Norska. Then High Elves versus Counts and Khorne versus Counts. That'll be pretty good practice. I do need to be strong against those factions. Vampire counts are pretty weird too. They have some crazy skew builds that can maybe catch me off guard if I'm not careful. Could see some grave guard spam, who knows? Ban all Elgi, even the Dark Elves? Even the Dark Elves? Alright. This is a Lord's Knight build. Have Arcane Unforging. We've got archers here. The maps in the grand finals are quite terrain heavy. Otherwise, Empire would be quite a bit stronger. I think Empire does way better on perfectly flat maps. With all the line of sighting that people can do. Which is why I feel like I should only play archer factions. But yeah, we'll see. Clan Rat Halberd unit. I think Clan Rat Halberd would be okay, but it doesn't really solve things that much. Is this a mass Fimir build? Oh my god. It is. He has Throg, so I can't Arcane Unforge his face. I can Arcane Unforge his Fimir Balefiend though. Those tend to be relatively expensive, so I guess that's not too bad. And okay, pretty standard fare. It's a Marauder Tide with some mobility coming in. So we can get the Wild Hunters here in a second. We have that free bonus, Blessing of the Ancients. It's gonna get me a lot more damage on this ability than we usually would. So that's gonna hurt him quite a bit. It's also gonna prevent him from getting any healing, or not healing. It's gonna prevent him from casting. It's pretty nice. That's 50% missile resist, by the way. Not even 50% missile resist can save you from a full Way Watcher volley. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, Fimir are not the answer to Way Watchers. That's hilarious, bro. Oh my goodness. Is he dodging with this guy? He didn't dodge! Oh my god, bro! Look at that burning head. Oh my god, the panic burning head. Bro! Bro, that's rough. We're bullying him. Oh my god, the Marauders. Did he turn away? Did he not use his shields for that? Oh my jeez. Oh, the humanity. Yeah, maybe I should just kite every game. I feel like I'm pretty good at kite. Oh my god, this is full Norskan suffering right here. We already got a ludicrous amount of value right now. As soon as his caster is dead, we can be ultra aggressive with these guys too. The Fimir are already hiding in the trees. Something hit my lord. I don't even... Oh, it must have been a Way Watcher volley. Anyways, Lord over here is just gonna finish off the little Fimir dude. She's pretty fast too, so she's gonna play keep away. And with effectively everything that matters to Norska being dead, now we go ahead and finish the job. You know, I should be able to capture some points here. This Fimir over there are getting bullied. I've already gotten multiple thousands of gold worth of value, by the way. Please tell me you can dodge with Throg. Oh, he's using the tree. The line of sight, though, is kind of not making that too great for him, though. He just breath attack from the tree. What a guy. All right. But now we have the real fight. My opponent's going for the big push. So we're just going to leave Fire at Will on. We're gonna maybe snipe Throg with a little bit of spell casting over there. And then I'm gonna fight the Fimir in the trees. And my Lord can get some pretty good work in. A couple doggos are not an issue. It's just normal ice wolves. Not particularly problematic. Are we gonna get a 6-shot on Throg? The answer is we're mostly gonna friendly fire my own Lord. Gotta be super careful about that one. She's gonna take off into the skies though. And then, since Throg is routing, he can't dodge. Whoa, but he barely gets out of there. Should have escorted him off with my Lord. Oh, he might still die though. Shattered. And there goes Throg Daddy. Alright. Now I do still want to finish the job and all that. Lord loss penalty will be pretty bad. He resummons Mr. Fimir here. But I think it's a little too late. Throg is dead. The vast majority of his Fimir are on the run and kind of suffering. We're about to rout off all his marauders. Realistically, all we really gotta do is capture a few points and we're sitting pretty comfortable. Oh boy, look at those doggies route. Pretty painful. And then we'll just get some dryads. He didn't even capture the point. That's pretty brutal. I guess some of his Fimir are breaking through though, but killing off a handful of guys over here doesn't matter too much. Gets another pretty lackluster burning head just because we've pinned his caster here. He can't really participate in this particular situation, so he's just chucking out magic where he can. As my opponent, he's probably swimming in magic right now. Gets pretty nasty hit on my Lord though. Makes things a little more spicy than it probably needs to be. And he does rout my Lord. Look at that. In the end, these Way Watchers being so high on HP and ammunition though is probably still a doomsday for him. Routing off my Lord though is definitely good. Just gonna get some Wild Riders here too. Maybe save her. In fact, she's actually probably already saved. Just because the dogs all got routed. So, I think we'll be okay. It's pretty nice burning head here, but yeah, I think if we can just rout off these Fimir warriors, I think my Lord comes back. Gonna be a little sus, but come on, you're far enough away. Ah, she's gonna rally. 100% she rallies. 10,000%. You bot! You bot! How dare you! How dare you! What do you mean she was at 50% leadership? Was it these Marauders? I bet it's because there was a 1 Marauder champion model here. That wasn't routed. Oh my god. Ah, jeez. My perfect victory. Out the door. Oh my goodness. Regardless, it's still over. My opponent has another Marauder champion unit, but it's not like they can do that much. Fimir dude over here. We're gonna give him the firing line execution. Where's he at? Oh, he just did an attack animation and he killed a unit. Oh, the execution. Very nice, very nice. If you fire volleys between attacks, you will maximize your damage. It's pretty nice. Holy leadership hit. Holy leadership, they're already routing. These guys are gonna eat a massive volley too. There's some marauders over here. There's some marauders. Regardless, sitting pretty comfortable. As soon as I de-summon these guys, I don't think there'll be any issues. I have just too many units, right? And I can just re-summon the Way Watchers whenever. It's more perfect of an intensity victory if the Lord is thrown one way or another. That's intensity classic. That's how we increase our win rate, actually. Little known fact, but it power charges my my plays as soon as my Lord dies. Anyways, the big problem here now is we're gonna get a big Way Watcher resummon. We've actually cleared his army so fast that we win on a 2-cap. That's pretty devastating for my dear opponent here. And then we'll just get the Way Watchers back. Everything's gonna be hunky-dory. A solid first game, one that makes me feel good. Obviously, we're playing Wood Elves, which are kind of an insanely strong faction right now. But we are but a meta slave. Yeah, OG. Excuse me. OG intensity. Dang, look at that. We even got some chevrons on these guys. But yeah, he knows he can't capture 2 points off me. Taps out. And win number 1 is ours. Very nice. Jeez. That's a lot of value. Yeah, so Norska can't tank Way Watcher Kite with Fimir. You basically have to rush this build down. Otherwise, you're dead. If you go for that kind of slow build, you're just feeding value to these guys. The thing about Way Watchers, they do so much damage. If you don't dodge them, it doesn't really matter how much resistances you have. They're just gonna murder you. All right. So game number 1 complete, and now he wants to play against Khorne. So he's playing vampire counts. We want big maps, right? I'll ban Celestial. The thing about this matchup is that vampire counts, they don't really have that much to clear off. The Khorne stuff, like Wrathmongers, are pretty bonkers as usual. Scarbrand can get some sick rampages. Technically, they could use some spell shenanigans and snipe Scarbrand, but yeah, I feel like Khorne is just generally really good here. The gold jump to get Great Stags is really worth it. I think Great Stags are good if they get a 1v1. The problem is that the gold jump, it will make you outnumbered, so it's easier for your opponent to outmaneuver you. And then there's also like spell casting, so like Melkoths and all that is going to be very popular versus stags. So yeah, there's a little bit to consider. But especially if you're fighting armored cav, great stags are definitely pretty hype, I would say. Now, the thing that interests me the most here is, will my opponent have something to deal with a bunch of Wrathmongers? Vampire counts can technically take a lot of dragons, so they can go super SE heavy. It's either that or they go super main tide heavy. But I feel like it's always going to be a little rough, right? As long as the horseman can actually kill zombies and stuff, it's pretty comfortable for Khorne, I'd say. I don't think I have to play a very complex Khorne. Like, this is all going to come down to how well my opponent plays it. I could take a rogue Karanak here. He does have a silence aura. Okay. From experience, Karanak's silence aura is kind of insane. And then he can also net down characters. So yeah, I think you can't really go wrong there. Furies of Khorne are okay. Maybe not the most optimal choice. But as long as I don't die to cavalry, I think we'll be okay. Like, is he really gonna go a bunch of Blood Knights? Are they gonna do anything here? I don't think so. Especially not if I have a bunch of Minotaurs, right? Yeah, Minotaurs are kind of crazy here. There's also like Chosen of Khorne, who are pretty popular. A lot of fun stuff. Yeah, warrior dual axes, the marauders with dual axes. You can go warrior dual axes. You can go chosen dual axes. The possibilities are endless. I guess you have to be a little careful about marauders because, yes, they can bring in the scab scrath and all that. But yeah, I feel like we're pretty comfortable here. Yeah, it should be okay. Bagosh used to always complain about Graveguard great weapons in this matchup, killing the Wrathmongers. It's true. Wrathmongers are significantly faster though, so I should be able to just take good fights. But yeah, Graveguard great weapons, they are pretty high deeps. So maybe they just cook here. I do have tools to beat units of Graveguard though, so I don't think it's the end of the world, but we'll see. It's good to get some practice in this particular matchup. And then after this game, we can cast a Navigator versus Sipa. See, it's Sipa. We're gonna get our best of 3 done early with Sipa, alright. We're gonna scout each other out. Yes, spell resist does negate scab scrath. It's quite nice. Khorne versus Vampire Counts. Isn't this a Vampire Counts favorite matchup? Generally, this is one of the sketchier matchups for Vampire Counts, but not impossible. I would say it's slightly disfavored for Counts as all. All right. Classic Ent winning massively but kills his own lord. Dude, Waywatcher volleys are so sketchy. You have to be pretty careful with them. But even if you hit 75% of your Weight Watcher shots, it's gonna be worth it. You'll generally get your value back. Look at this statue. Interesting. We got some elves. Elves partying with some Slaneshi demons, I guess. Pretty chill. But alright. It doesn't get simpler than this. I have 5 units. Yeah. I have 5 units. There's not a lot of complexity here. Now, if he doesn't have Graveguard, he dies. If he does have Graveguard, I'm going to use the Bellow of Endless Fury. We can use our Marauder Horsemen. And if he has a bunch of flying stuff, we can summon in Khorne. Somehow, some way, Khorne's Silence Aura makes it so dragons can't use their breath attack. Don't know exactly how that works. But, yeah. That's how it would be. So if I really want to keep these guys alive, I can just camp Khorne underneath his dragons or his lord, and then he's kind of just negated. So as far as shenanigans are concerned, that should be quite limited. And then I can kind of just play for all points, use Marauder Horsemen if he brings in the Mortis, and then I think we're pretty comfortable. He has 16 units up. Taking a little bit to deploy, but he's ready. And there's gonna be a Necromancer. Okay, so Necromancer has some raised dead action. Interesting. If he gets rampaged by Scarbrand, it's just immediately over. So Scarbrand's basically another tool that I can use to silence him effectively. I love the U-turn. Sees Scarbrand, immediately U-turns. Oh yeah. And it's just a bunch of Graveguard. Some White Kings. You have to be a little careful about the White Kings. They can bully Wrathmongers pretty hard. So just a little something to keep in mind. I think Khorne is a little excessive here. There's nothing the Necromancer can really bring that'll be super scary. So I think we go for these guys. I guess he does have Gaze into Gash. But is he gonna do Nagash action? Holy crap. Woo, alright. I have a new appreciation for Scarbrand's breath attack. Holy Scarbrand. Calm down there, my dude. Scarbrand's cooking. Gets a gaze, doesn't do that much damage. This is the build. This is the build. This is the build that that we're supposed to be worried about. So far, this feels really chill. I had a feeling that Scarbrand's breath attack would be good against some Graveguard. Now this guy doesn't have too much magic either, so it should be fairly comfortable there. Gets a zombie summon on some Wrathmongers. Doesn't matter in the slightest. We'll just kill one of his corpse carts to start off, and then maybe I can loop around and kill some Crypt Horrors. The bullying will be pretty nice. And there we go. Pretty solid murdering. Scarbrand doesn't have to walk around the infantry. He's a Chad. He will he's just gonna walk straight through, and he's gonna rampage the dire wolves so he can get a solid little value pick over there. One of the Crypt Horrors actually wasn't pulled in. Minor misplay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you just maneuver a little bit here, there's not a huge problem. It's a Balefire Corpse card too, so it doesn't exactly heal his guys. Scarbrand should be able to do pretty well over there. And then versus the Graveguard, we'll just bully him. Now the Gazes of Nagash will be getting a decent amount of value. At the end of the day, it's still not that much value though. Alright, nice. So just kill the Crypt Horrors. And then if I spam some infantry here to clean up the chaff. I think we're sitting pretty comfy. Unfortunately though, Scarbrain is getting a little bullied by the Crypt Horrors. When in doubt, you can fight your way out. Hopefully that killed a Crypt Horror here. Alright, nice. I think Scarbrand's barely gonna be able to escape. Alright, there we go. And he does manage it. It's a pretty solid escape. The Necromancer. He's gonna be trying to avoid Oblivion. You can see he's worried though. Oh, and the Rampage! And I think my opponent's pretty screwed here. Yeah, I knew he was gonna bring Graveguard Great Weapons. And I knew he was gonna bring some sort of Flying Lord for some snippety snipes. So that's why we have the Rampage and we have the Minotaurs. They just do exceptionally well in these circumstances. I know these guys are pretty prone to just dying too. If you just take a half decent fight against them, they just crumble away. And with how expensive they are, you really don't want them to just crumble away. So yeah, I'd say we're in a pretty solid position. There go those units over on the far side. My Marauder Horsemen are anti-infantry, so fell bats are not even a problem. I did miss the Relentless Rage here, but I guess if we get the Blade of Khorne, nothing really matters. As the Furies are dead, the Vargulfs are dead. Very nice. And now he's stuck trying to spam units to save a point. If we just take a fight here though, I should be okay. Minotaurs should do well against the Graveguard. We even have a couple Minotaurs over here rallying. I'll have Scarbrando. He's gonna charge through all that infantry. Then as soon as we get the Blade of Khorne, then yeah, then my opponent's real screwed. Let's see if we can get that 6 Scarbrand charge. Ah, the Minotaurs are kind of in the way. A little unfortunate. But the big sword's coming. And there go the Graveguard. And then without this, yeah, without this thing. No Mortis or no Corpse card. Now he basically has nothing to actually anchor the position. And that's realistically all you really need to do is Khorne. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta, you know, outmaneuver the extremely slow army of your opponent a bit. I have Scarbrand here, rampaging all these fools. And then we just park for a little bit of a breath attack here. Come on, Scarbrand, you got this. There you go. And then he's gonna go from 95 kills to 137 kills. Very nice. That's a terrible fight. That's a terrible matchup. Oh my gosh. Absolutely horrid for the vampire counts. Scarbrand cooked. Oh my goodness. Necromancer. Yeah, didn't do too well. Really didn't have a lot of magic. Both corpse carts we just murdered, and the Graveguard. Yeah, if you just take proper fights against them, you're fine. Just don't YOLO your army, you know? If you play Khorne with like even the slightest amount of tactics, I think vampire counts as screwed. Especially against a Khorne main. Like I'm a casual Khorne player. But yeah, just don't YOLO into the Graveguard. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's go ahead and report our score. So that was Wood Elves and Khorne. Then that was vampire counts Norska. Alright. Very nice. All right. Are White Kings able to do anything to Scarbrand? He has 50 melee defense. I think he shouldn't sit on White Kings. He's fast enough where he should be cycle charging with them anyways. So White Kings have a 30% chance to hit Scarbrand. I would say White Kings they're okay. Like, don't leave Scarbrand on top of White Kings. He should be just killing everything else in sight. Should have brought Blood Knights. Blood Knights probably would have died to the Rampage and Minotaur Great Weapons. The Minotaurs are cheaper, so I'd be able to get a whole extra Minotaur running around. The Rampage situation is really rough, because like Vampire counts don't want to just sit there with their expensive units. They want to cycle charge. I think he would have been better off trying to snipe Scarbrand. Like, I think if he was spamming Gaze of Nagash on Scarbrand, then he would have been in a better situation. My plan was literally to just resummon Scarbrand and make use of my full HP Wrathmongers. But he's definitely a pretty high priority target. I could also use Karnak, though, to silence his caster. So, I think we had some pretty good options. Wouldn't Blood Knights be good to hold Scarbrand down for the White Kings? Yeah, like, you just never get into that situation. Like, that only works if I misplay. I'd have to get Scarbrand surrounded near White Kings. I think I was only close to White Kings, like, once that game. I kind of force pathed my way through his army, but only because there weren't Blood Knights. And then, yeah, the Minotaur Great Weapons. Unless the Minotaurs really badly trade into Blood Knights. But you can Rampage them onto Scarbrand and then countercharge with the Minotaurs. And I think you're fine. And the big problem, too, is if you lose a unit of Blood Knights, it's basically over. Two casters to spam Gaze. Unfortunately, you're more magic limited than anything else. So Gaze of Nagash has 15 wins of magic. You start with 80. You would only have enough magic to kill Scarbrand, and then after that, it's basically over, right? Now, killing Scarbrand is definitely good. You get 2,600 gold worth. But it'll take you basically the whole battle, and then you don't have magic for other stuff, like zombie summons or killing the Wrathmongers. So you kind of get put in an awkward situation. I think Gaze spamming, though, is not... It's not a terrible idea. Big fan of your tournament play? Thank you. Been learning. Hell yeah. There's a lot to learn in this game, but there's a lot that's also fairly consistent. Handful of play styles. The thing is, once you learn one faction really well, the rest of the game is much easier to pick up from there. he should be good versus Wrathmongers. Yeah, it's pretty good versus Wrathmongers. He didn't get the most money shots though. You kind of want these missile spells down the pipe of Wrathmongers. If you can do that, it can do a lot of damage. Like, I think Gaze of Mork can take Wrathmongers down to half HP in the most optimal case. So you gotta be a little wary of that. But with 3 Wrathmongers, he surely cannot kill them all. But yeah, in general, Khorne definitely has a leg up. Like, Vampire Count's a force to try and counterplay and counterpick. But Khorne still has a bunch of options. Like, what if I don't bring Scarbrand? What if I go, like, Valkia Karanak? If I do that, his Caster Lord in the air, he's just gonna get dumpstered, right? What if I take an Exalted Bloodthirster, and now we're flying? You know, what if I don't take Wrathmongers? What if I go Marauder spam? What if I start with Minotaurs? What if I go for a Hellforged Bellows, right? There's like many different things, and Vampire Counts is already struggling to counter one build. Because in theory, he knew what I was taking, and he brought the supposed counter, right? That's a bad sign. It's a very bad sign. I'm interested to see Sipa, by the way. This is going to be Sipa versus B6. We're going to see how they play. How do you feel Chaos Dwarves fare in these tournament scenes? Chaos Dwarves are not bad. I would say they're like a solid faction that can beat anybody, basically. But they don't really bring down the hammer most of the time. The roster is just like a little limited. And in today's meta, Chaos Dwarves over there. Yeah, I think they're quite reliant on their Iron Demons. Kadai Fireborn are really good. The Wolf Riders are really good. I think the one thing holding them back the most is that they don't have the best cavalry. But you can go gun builds, you can go artillery builds. You can even take a pretty chunky infantry frontline. What's the worst and best multiplayer factions in this game? The best faction in the game right now, I would say, is Wood Elves. The worst faction in the game right now, I would say, is Skaven. Turin, okay, here's the thing. Charix, probably one of, like, definitely a top 3 player. Quite possibly the best player in the world. Charix struggles to win a grand finals with Skaven. Turin, who is like a high level player, but like, you know, like he's like in like the A tier of players, right? He can win with Nurgle. So that means Skaven has to be worse than Nurgle, right? Either that or Turin's a Nurgle god, which he could very well be, but yeah, I think Skaven are super cursed. Super duper cursed. Though they do have, I think they have more really strong matchups than Nurgle, but generally speaking in an SFT, I think they usually get knocked out. All right, so Sipa beat Navigator 2-0. Pretty scary. Sipa's pretty beastly. Navigator is quite strong, so to 2-0 him, spooky. Nurgle has 0 chance against Elgi and Tzeentch, it's sad. Nurgle has 0 chance against a lot of factions, but you can kind of make it work. Just look at how Turin does it. Turin plays a mean, very mean Nurgs. Wouldn't Blood Knights be good to hold? Oh, already read that. Twitch chat slow today. The quiet Twitch chat. Classic. Because I don't read your messages fast enough. My bad, my bad. All right. Here we go. Let's take a look. Is Shredder good into counts? I think it's okay. I think it's just okay. I think you might get stuffed up, but it's kind of hard to tell. I don't really play Lizardmen versus counts. I think usually it's Salamanders. Only on Twitch because you don't have special YouTube to watch while on another app. Well, there you go. That's it. That's how it is. People are lurking. Twitch is full of lurkers. You think Skaven need a cost reduction on the more expensive units? Yeah, their Storm Vermin are like really bad. The Storm Vermin are like really bad. Alrighty. Alrighty. Would you be joining the next 2v2 event? Maybe. Last one went on pretty long, but we'll see, we'll see. Interesting. Chaos Dwarves. I know Sipa likes to go for some pretty crazy builds. The double Dreadquake comes to mind. Sipa took out Charix last time in the tournament. Yeah, took Charix out in the, was it top 8? Or was it top 4? But yeah, that was pretty spice. We'll see how it goes though. Yeah, Storm Vermin costs as much as Graveguard Great Weapon. It can cost more. It's pretty bad if you're talking halberds. Yeah, they could use a little bit of loving. I feel like Storm Vermin are like, you know, they're better than mid-tier infantry, but even then, are they even better than like Chaos Warriors? Honestly, it'd be kind of cool if Storm Vermin were just super meta. In every game, you just see like 6 Storm Vermin. Because you'd still have like a whack load of Skaven, right? I think it's fine for them to have like a ton of like crappy elite infantry. That's kind of thematic. And you can still bully them. It's not like they have ITP or anything. Are the Dwarves better than Chaos Dwarves? Depends on what you want. Dwarves have a lot more heavy hitters, which skews them more against other factions. So dwarves have a higher range of, like, you know, really good matchups and really bad matchups. The fact that slayers are so good, the fact that their cannons are so good, and the fact that they have miners with blasting charges, those are all really heavy skew units. So yeah, dwarves have that. Chaos dwarves have a bunch of units that are just like solid, but not like skew heavy. Like Kadai are solid, but they're still just armored monstrous infantry. You shoot them to death, it's over, right? Yeah, I think that's kind of what you're dealing with here. Are greenskins any good in competitive? They're not bad. I think they have a few too many weaknesses on the leadership front, but a lot of people play them, including Charix. So I think if you're good enough at playing the greenskins, they will be quite scary. Storm Vermin lose to Chaos Warriors, actually? Oh my god. Bro, that's rough. That's really rough. They're that bad, huh? You don't think Storm Vermin have ever been better than Chaos Warriors? On tabletop or even Vermintide? Well, I guess like thematically, maybe it makes sense. What, should Storm Vermin cost 700 gold then? That would be such a massive price reduction. But hey, maybe Skaven need it, you know? Let the Storm Vermin meta commence. You recently saw a really good Changeling play on Turin's channel. Oh yeah, the Tempest. The classic Tempest play. The thing is though, right, like...
Thanks for those daily lives. I
thank
really enjoy watching you this week. Any PvP tips for returning players?
Ooh. Whew. Oh man, I don't know. With the DLC coming up, learn High Elves. I think learn High Elves if you like Kite. Learn Norska if you like Rush. Play Slanesh if you want to be filthy. Also, yeah, I feel like the Tempest play, it's not always gonna work. It makes a Changeling so expensive. If they just go a normal army with no flyers, you're so screwed. Or if they just go Alberic or just Lewin, you're so screwed because you're spending 3,000 gold. It's really expensive. Yeah, happy to cast some games. Unfortunately, tomorrow I have a really big event coming up. So I'm gonna have to be busy. Won't be able to stream tomorrow, but Friday we'll have a game against Sipa, and all going well, we'll also be able to stream on Saturday. Looks like we have Beastmen versus Skaven, alright. What if you like ranged? Hey, Corruptor, what's up? If you like ranged, Kislev is a really good starter faction, but if you're returning to multiplayer, if you're returning to the multiplayer scene, there's a lot of factions that do well. Meta's actually quite good. You can play almost every faction, except for Skaven and Nurgle, and have a pretty good chance of winning tournaments. As long as you're strong enough. There's a high variety of like kites, man-tide, and rush styles. I think all of them see play. It's pretty great. Pretty cool. You never played multiplayer? Alright. Kimza Bimza. But alright, let's see where Sipa's at. Thank goodness Sipa's playing today. This will be a rather massive confidence boost. Let me know where they stand. I think the current flavor of the week for Beastmen is Gore Herd spam. Pretty sure if he just takes a bunch of Gore Herd and the Butcher's a Kalkengard, he'll be fine. Used to main Lizardmen. Ooh. I've seen Charix get some pretty crazy work done with Lizardmen. I would highly recommend trying out salamanders, ancient and normal. They seem pretty good nowadays. You like watching it though, obviously, yeah. But yeah, Charix is getting like a salamander meta in for Lizardmen. Now, I think it's the only style that he'll go. I don't think he mixes it up that much. So be careful about counter builds, but I don't think people have caught on to that just yet. There's not a lot of Lizardmen players. And basically you just play keep away. You play them like a pseudo kite faction. It's pretty jokes. Man. You really like Ancient Salamander more than the Stegnon, by the way? Oh yeah, Stegnon is not super meta. But yeah, I feel like Seepa's Beastmen is gonna be pretty brutal versus B6. I feel like he's just gonna get Rusharino'd into oblivion. Maybe we'll see some sort of insane SC build. I don't know. Interesting. Okay, a lot of Ungors. Seepa's more of a land battle player, so I've heard. Interesting. Oh crap, did I crash the game? No, good. Interesting. That's a lot of Ungors. That's a lot of clan rats. And a hell pit abomination. I don't know how I feel about this. I think the Ungors win versus clan rats though. How good is a Sword of Khorne compared to an Ikit Nuke? I believe it's smaller. It's definitely more accurate, I know that. I think Ikit Nuke does more damage. Does more damage. Anyways. Death Shaman. He has Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness. Skaven, they got Throt. He has Summon, Creature Killer, Remoldered. Pretty stacked Throt. Can't afford to have him die. No magic on the battlefield yet. The Wheels of Doom, Doom Wheel. Pretty cray. And then just a bunch of chaff. So the idea here is that Beastmen are not particularly strong versus something like a big old SE like the Hell Pit Abomination. And with Throt, yeah, maybe a little bit of work can be done there. Seepa does have the Jibba Jab though. This guy's pretty great. Has a little Vortex Cell kick in every once in a while. And he has a half damage Mortis engine that activates when leadership is lower than 50%. He has the Butcher's Kalkengard. And he can't Spirit Leech Thought to death. But Doom and Darkness is definitely gonna lead to some big routes. I don't know about that Hell Pit. Yeah, Hell Pit's kind of a... Hell Pit's kind of sus. Lizard Forum on Turin's Discord. Oh, hell yeah. Ugh, can't speak today. But yeah, Hell Pit's definitely a weird choice. But this is the resources of Terror against what is effectively a chaff spam. The Jabber Scythe can't really fight these. Now he is going to get some archers in here to try and help. And the Butchers of Kalkengard are basically going to be his only tool to fight this. Now the big question though, does B6 fight the Butchers? A little bit of body blocking, Hell Pit Abomination, getting in the way. Getting pushed around by the Butchers, oh my god. Turns around, and he's going to flee the scene. Butchers are also disengaging. A mutual disengage. They meet in the center, handshake before the great fight, knowing that they shall meet again later in the battle. Butchers rout off a unit of Skaven slaves. Pretty standard. Fun fact, when a unit is routing nearby, you get a +3 leadership bonus. That's the one sketchy thing about Skaven slaves I don't like too much. They effectively give your opponent +3 leadership. But, you know, they can hold the line. They can take a few charges. Spirit Leech on the Doom Wheel makes a lot of sense. Just gonna slowly wear it down. And there's a big Butchers engagement. Butchers are diving in. Ungors are winning their respective fights. But against Clan Rats, not so much. Clan Rats hold. This Ungor looking pretty sus. One rear charge actually could have routed them with the Rat Ogres. But I think Clan Rats still win there. We're seeing a Flensing Ruin from the caster, bringing the Butchers down to 15 armor. And very quickly, they're actually kind of getting mulched. The Butchers getting butchered. Jabberslite, though, in the backfield. Most of the Skaven lines are getting a little bogged down, but here's the thing. With this many SEs and a Helped Abomination that can heal, if the Butchers die, do the Beastmen have a win con? Well, obviously they have a lot of capture points. I think that would be a pretty nice situation. But against the SE squad, I really don't know. These archers are going to have to hard carry. They've already paid for themselves, though, which is good. The Brave Shaman of Death. Dancing around. And a big collapse on the right flank of the Beastmen. Collapsing the left flank of the Skaven. They're pushing in. Routing off all these guys. Edge of the map's pretty far, though, so they may rally. But not a comfortable situation for Skaven at all. I would say this is... yeah, just a little sus. Helped Abomination still lives, though. It has a big ol' heal. Too horrible to die. Can heal 10% of its HP over a couple seconds. I think it heals like, what, 30% then? But it only activates if it's really low. Instead, making use of its regeneration. Butchers of Kalkengard are almost dead. And the Skaven right flank looks actually half decent. Wheels of Doom is kind of bullying some Pestigors. The Skaven slaves are shooting. If the Skaven slaves are shooting, you're in a happy place. But Skaven are on a little bit of time pressure. They're going to need to get a pretty decent value lead to actually capture some of these points. Because Beastmen are constantly going to be summoning in from their Vanguard points. They'll be able to fight this. And if B6 takes another 5 minutes here, it's game over. Can't really afford to have that happen. Does get a big rout on the Butchers at least. But you can see, there's still technically positive leadership. At 5 entities, if they sit back for a little while, they will actually heal all of that HP back. And with a lot of time to go, assuming Skaven do start coming back, that's a little sus. However, Great Brave Shaman getting a little too excited. He wants a piece of this fight. Gets in there. Disengages, realizing the error of his ways, but he gets flensinged. However, the flensing wasn't cast on the Brave Shaman. Maybe it was a misclick. B6 might have been clicking this and missed the portrait or something. So he actually does disengage. And that flensing is going to be pretty lackluster. Hits the Jabberslite, though, I guess. Jibba Jab decides to get in into the fight there. So I guess the flensing actually was useful. Very weird flensing cast. I think it was just a minor misplay. But Wheels of Doom, not moving as much as it should, right? Getting a little caught up. He is trying to pull it out now, though. But I'm really worried about the Skaven and their ability to recapture points. Okay, maybe they'll be able to steal one here with some Clan Rat Spears, right? The SEs are definitely going to win their fights. Like, Thrott's not dying. The Helpet's not dying, but the time is ticking. And the Butchers are back. They can heal all the way up to 1/3 of their HP. It's super important that you actually kill entities with this unit, or you chase them off, because they will come back. They were at basically no HP earlier, and now they're at 42 leadership. Ready to go. They got crazy vigor. They got ITP. Just chilling. Actually, Triads are on the battlefield now, though. Not the best first infantry, but if they can catch a Jabberslite, that's not too bad. little bit of a route over here too with the Wheels of Doom. Throt's gonna finish off a couple of the butchers too. That's gonna help out the Skaven plays a little bit. And they did manage to steal the far point. Surprise, surprise! Skaven's pretty mobile. And B6 using that domination prowess to take his first point at the 1,000 ticket mark. That's a decent time. That's a pretty decent time for it. Butchers on the verge of routing too. Only 2 entities left, so they can't do that much damage anymore. They are still a source of terror, but these Eshin Triads are in pretty good health, and it looks like the Butchers indeed. They're gonna be taking pound down. Now the healing's still insane, even at low entities. The percentage healing doesn't decrease as you lose entities, so they get harder and harder to kill as time goes on. A little scary. But here we go, B6 getting another big flensing. Hits the jibba jab. Over on this point number 1, we're seeing the single entity starting to capture with the Brave Shaman not on the point. This is potentially stealable. What's he gonna do? He's gonna chase the Centaurs instead. No, goes for the Butchers again. No, going for the Centaurs. No, the Butchers. No, ignores the Butchers. Back onto the point. All right, he really has to capture this point. Now, if he captures it in the next 20 seconds, which it looks like he will have 5 minutes to capture this last point. That's a decent amount of time. It looks like this will be captured. Handful of seconds. Maybe a little late. Each second that passes by is important. Oh, but there we go. All right, little under 5 minutes to get this last point. Already has some Eshin Triads here though. Brave Shaman does not have this point in the distance. Jabber Scythe is routed, and it looks like B6 is actually coming back in a very unfavored matchup with the crazy build, with the Hell Pit, Throt the Unclean build, and the Wheels of Doom. It's gonna die, but it got 1,500 value. Pretty decent. Especially with all the terror it's causing, all the routes it managed. I'd say it actually did not bad. Throt and the Hell Pit are both starting to hit the heal cap, which means they've definitely been farming a lot of value all game. Pretty good, but the Beastmen are making a big play now. Trying to recapture, however, they are triple capped. This means Beastmen basically have to try and uptrade. Without some sort of significant uptrading, they're screwed. One important thing to note though, they have time. They have so much time. They have over 6 minutes to sit back, relax, and get as much value as they can. And take a look. Hell Pit's getting low. Throt, one sniping attempt away from dying. All it'll really take are a couple archers to kill these guys now. Sipa has not brought in many archers. One of them did great. 1,400 value on this one archer, but I think he only had the one. I don't think he was expecting the big Skaven SC core. Now he's desummoning it, knowing that he kind of needs that ammunition. Gather some more twigs. You will be needed in the late game. Because this Hell Pit Abomination, it needs to die. There is a big Axe Thrower volley on it though. Pretty massive damage. Its hitbox is huge, but its leadership is bigger. At 90 leadership, this thing is not going to rout until it is basically dead. So basically dead is what Sipa decides to go for. Gets a Spirit Leech, 600 HP left. That will get this Hell Pit Abomination off the battlefield. One core target down the drain. Doom and Darkness too. He really hates this Hell Pit Abomination. Gets it completely off the battlefield. But it might rally. Oh, it may rally. Oh my god, wait. As soon as Doom and Darkness goes away, it's back. The Brave Shaman won't live to see the Hell Pit die either. And we're seeing a lot of routes. Oh my god, Brave Shaman's gone. Is B6 gonna clutch it? Is B6 gonna crush Seapar in the face? Pretty spicy. That's crazy though. B6 coming in with the steel chair. He was gone for a bit of time. Comes back with Skaven. Beats Sipa. But game's not over yet, but it's looking pretty bad. Hellpit Abomination is still alive. It still has 20 leadership. It's stabilizing itself. It will be a fairly nice source of terror. Even if it gets one charge in, it's still getting a lot of value. There's 23 units of Skaven on the battlefield. 12 units of Beastmen. Half of them are routing. This looks like a big old disaster situation. And there you go. He taps out. He taps out. Sipa books it. If he loses one of the next 2 games, Sipa's gone, which means I'm probably fine on Friday. Though we'll see. We'll see. I think he kind of got caught out by such a crazy Skaven build. I don't think Sipa misplayed. Maybe his build was slightly suboptimal. The one archer, I swear if he had a second archer, he would have won. And I think Gores, like Gore Herd, is just way better than Ungores in the current meta. Jabberslite did not do very well. He kind of walked into a really rough build, even though his micro was good. Let's check some values. 1,000 there, 1,600 a piece on the big units. Very nice. B6, man. Hellpit true MVP. You guys were doubting. You guys were doubting my boy B6, man. But nah, he cooked. 90 leadership is very high for a Skaven unit. Yeah. Hellpits. One of the highest leadership units on the whole roster. Big mistake having the Minotaurs fight the Hellpit. Yeah. Butcher's a Kalkengard could have routed everything off first. I think if he was really aggressive with the Butchers and like just clearing infantry, especially on the right flank of the Skaven, I think Beastmen could have won that. Skaven goated. I love the pun. Dang, yo, that was pretty good. And he got the triple cap before 1,300 tickets. So that was actually fairly decisive. That was a fairly decisive play. Well played to B6, man. Dude, B6. Crushing it. Zulax, thank you so much for the prime sub. Hope you're having a great time. I know I am. These games are going very nicely. The Hellpit is everything the Hydra wishes it was. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Imagine a Hydra with plus 30 leadership. Oh my god. That would be bonkers. And the Hellpit isn't even that good. It still gets shot to death, but yeah. It's true. I also doubted the Hellpit. It's true. Don't act like we're the only ones who doubted. All right, you got me. You got me. I wanted to stand on my soapbox here, pretending like I was a Chad, but it was bad as everyone here. All right, pretty fun matches though. Are we gonna see Beastmen versus Tomb Kings? Seems like Sipa wants to go for the Beastmen. Going for the big Beastmen plays. They're generally a little weaker in domination. You can kind of just uptrade against them. So if he plans to main Beastmen in the grand finals, I don't think I have to worry about banning it. At least that'll be okay. It's kind of funny that the smaller a monstrous unit is, the better it is, simply because shooting it is harder. Yeah, it's a little weird. Big hitboxes are really rough for the big monsters. Unless you can stack missile resist like a Shredder and Mazda's Bubble, they tend to just get shot into oblivion. And their low leadership hurts them really bad too. Low leadership means that they're just gonna rout after the first couple volleys. And some of them are bad in melee. Cough, cough. Hydra. War Hydra. It's very bad in melee. I think a War Hydra loses to a Griffin Legion charge because Glorious Charge deletes its leadership. Pretty sure it dies there. Any unit with healing just needs a lot of leadership. This is why Butchers of Kalkengard are so good. because they have terror, so they're effectively ITP, and they also are, you know, they're a regiment of renown. So full gold chevrons means their leadership is ultra high. They usually make use of their healing capabilities. Poor Feral Dreadsorian being a meme. Yeah, some people take it, but it's far from meta. Help it in the tournament when? Right now! B6 already did it. I don't need to do it. Leave it to him. I won't play Skaven, man. Turin doesn't want to play Skaven. I don't want to play Skaven. Maybe if CA listens to me and they actually buff them in the next patch, we'll be good. So just messaging someone. All right, message is out. Actually, wait. Ba-ba-ba. Alrighty. And everything's good. Alright. Let's see this. Is B6 playing Tomb Kings versus Beastmen? Looks like they are. Some Khorne gore spam, some gore herd. Yeah, there's more archers this time. Lots of ungore spearmen, and then there's gonna be a doom bull and a gore bull. Classic combo of fighty goodness. But can they defeat the Squad o' Death? Double Necrotect, etc. The imperishable on a horse. Horse Cetra, very hype. Does get a massive melee attack reduction in the trees. But look at this. He has Jaffs. He has Incantation of Vengeance. No lore passive. I feel like the lore passive is worth even if you use the Incantation of Vengeance, but that's just me. Maybe the money just kind of worked out a bit better here. He does have the Blessed Blade of Petra, though, which is basically a Helm of Discord. Reduces melee defense, melee attack, and accuracy. And of course, the biggest boy, the Sphinx of Uzkap. Look at that. He's not bugged. He is literally a statue. Coming in with a mighty 59 melee attack, 50 melee defense, and a bonus verse large of 35. Which, if you don't know, that is ludicrous. That's a plus 35% chance to hit on whatever his normal chance to hit is. So 59 melee attack against a Gorble with 32 melee defense. That means that he's looking at a 56% chance to hit. Plus... Well, actually, no, yeah, 56, because Yeah, the bonus versus large. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. 56 plus another 30. Is that right? But that's ludicrous. Because you have a base 35%. Minus the melee defense. Holy crap. Yeah, no, he's in like the 80 to 90% chance to hit. That's insane. So he's gonna bring these guys to Pound Town. Yeah, the math is your melee attack plus 35 plus your bonuses minus their melee defense. Setra's also insane in the melee attack department, plus bonus versus large. You'll have like an 80% chance to hit these guys.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
You were so impressed when I made quick maths and then I ruined it by second guessing. I just missed the plus 35 because of the bonus versus large. But yeah, the math is pretty chill, especially when melee defense is pretty close to that. If you have a melee defense of 35, then literally the chance to hit is whatever their melee attack is. Despite all that, he decides to go for the big fight. Double charges Cetra, gets a little bit of poke. Will we see an attack animation? Cetra gets a little bonk on the back of the Gorbel, a little bit of damage. Sphinx, unfortunately, does not land a hit though. Cetra's also overextending. B6 with the misplace. Oh, the jukes! Holy crap, Cetra's mobile on a horse. Gets a big charge with the Sphinx. And will it attack? Or will it jank? Let's see it. Attack number 1. Misses. I think he hit the Gorbel here, though. I think that was a hit, however. But Cetra's getting beat up pretty hard. Gorbels have really good attack animations. The entire battle revolves around this, by the way. He gets a restore on the Sphinx. Its melee defense is being reduced, though, by the Gorbels. They also have a really high chance to hit it with a bonus 30 to large. And surrounding it, very painful. The Sphinx, though, he doesn't give a crap. He says, hit me. I don't care. I got heals. I'm going to punch you back in the face. Lands a solid punch to the chin on the Gorbel. Slaps the Doombul in the face. Waves his giant blades around with the incantation of Cursed Blades. Doesn't even overcast it, as apparently Cetra feels like he doesn't need more bonus versus large. But the Manticore is kind of killing Cetra. Another ginormous hit, though. That's 800 weapon strength against the Gorbel. Cetra lives, but he doesn't have a lot of healing. Sphinx, though, getting a little worked on. Now, there are more heals to be had, but one Necrotect is going down. Dying to the Brave Shaman of all units. While this battle of the gods is going on, there's a bit of a slap fight going on, but the Brave Shaman slaps harder. And one Necrotect bites the dust. Now, I believe there was a second Necrotect. Yeah, he's in there. And a heal does drop on the Sphinx, but I think the SC Micro for Sipa is just a little too much here. Cetra took a lot of damage, and losing one of the Necrotects is a really big misplay. The Sphinx is surrounded by infantry too, getting 2v1'd by the Doombul Gorbel combo. And it's looking just a little sus. Just a little sus. A tiny misplay is all you really need to get dumpstered by one of these top players. Sphinx goes down. Oof. And the souls that were piloting it dissipate. Now he does fall on top of some Ungors. I think that does a very mild amount of damage. But now the other Necrotect is dying. Their grand creation dying before their very eyes. And Cetra is a goner. This is looking pretty fast and furious. I think Sipa kind of just wrecked B6 there. Holy crap. That was basically all on the SE fight. If the SE fight looks sus, you should not commit. But I think because Cetra overchased a little bit. Yeah, Cetra overchased just a smidge. And he got bullied. The Sphinx had to go in to save him. Got 2v1'd. And the game was basically over there. Brutal loss. Absolutely brutal loss. Pretty scary. Pretty scary. It's anyone's game now. Oh yeah, there's also charge bonus. Charge bonus is insane though. Like charge bonus is like, even if you have 40 charge bonus, it's an extra 40% chance to hit. You're basically guaranteed to land hits when charging. He regrets not taking the Necrotech fancy sword now. Fun fact, the fancy sword doesn't do anything if it doesn't hit. And they're not going to hit because they have no melee attack. It's kind of janky in that way. But if they do hit, then they get the sword, and then everything's great. All right. What's the last matchup gonna be? Looks like Sipa's playing Tomb Kings. Is it Tomb Kings versus Skaven? What a way to go if it's Tomb Kings versus Skaven. The bracers? Yeah, so the Necrotechs could take an item, or every time they land a melee hit, they reduce the melee attack and melee defense of the unit by 24. So technically, if you leave a Necrotech in melee, they are a permanent Helm of Discord debuff on the enemy army. The big downside is that Necrotechs are really bad at staying in a fight. But I found that it's actually pretty hilarious versus undead. It'll make Crypt Ghouls have literally 0 melee defense, and they will die to skeletons, which is usually a terrible matchup for the skeletons. I think the bracers are insane, personally, because you basically have a walking debuff, right? Like, if they gave Helm of Discord to Necrotechs, people would use it, right? So there's no way that it's bad. Is that Tomb King's mirror? Are they using the same banner? Van braces, yes. Van braces of what? The sun? Fancy bracelets, not sword, yeah. Take him on a chariot and run him back and forth through the front line. So that is one way to do it, but a chariot Necrotech is a little vulnerable, I find, because usually people are gonna have stuff to kill single entities, and he's like the mega juice on a chariot. Guy has like 2 melee defense. So unless you're really good at keeping him safe, I personally prefer taking them on foot and just leaving them in the fight. But yeah. In theory though, they're kind of like better corpse cards, right? Or like better Grail relics. But the effective range of them is quite small. So that can be a little problematic. But like, I'm pretty sure even against Graveguard, the stat reduction is super painful. Something I would try out more if I main Tomb Kings, but we don't. So what about the unbeatable build? Yeah, we're kiting. I think Waywatcher Kite is insane. We killed Fimir spam with Waywatcher Kite. One volley took a quarter HP off Fimir, which is definitely worth it. And that's despite them having 50% missile resist. Turn swears by the Necrotechs on the chariot. I think it depends on your chariot micro. My chariot micro's not great. Oh my gosh, they're doing it. Double Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings v Tomb Kings. Cod tap versus cod tap. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, I think the right side is B6. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of Ushabti Great Bow. If one of them spammed infantry, the other one would have won. Alright, so on the side of Sipa, going for the Tomb Princes. Saw a lot of success with the anti-large. He's like, hell yeah, give me more of that. Bonus 25 anti-large. 38 melee attack. Combined, that's a 53 chance, 53% chance to hit. Or no, crap. 53 plus 30, or no, plus, yeah, the 35 base. I keep screwing it up. Dang it. 88% chance to hit. Any target that's large minus the melee defense. This is going to be confusing. Unlike Turin, I do actually have these kind of red indicators underneath the units. So it's actually quite a bit more clear. It's not as cinematic. Turin definitely beats me on the cinematic scale. But readability, we got that in spades. These little red arrows will help you decipher who is on whose side. We also got these little emblems above the units to make it very clear who is who. B6 coming in with the Kata. Has just Usirens, but he does have the Restless Dead this time. Sipa also has Restless Dead. Goes for Skarmet's Incantation of the Skullstorm. Fun fact, this spell's actually really good versus low armor units like the Tomb Kings. So we see the blue card tap. They want to clear infantry, and on the red side, they want to clear cavalry. Now both sides have a ludicrous number of Ushapti. B6 does have a chariot unit though. And in the big Ushapti brawl, I think the chariots are kind of sus. Horse archers are also maybe not the best choice in the world, but we'll see. Ushapti great bows, they get in range. And the horse archers, they kind of twiddle their thumbs and they lose 4 entities. Pretty brutal. Isn't 38 plus 25 63 plus a base 35% chance to hit? Oh, I guess I'm not factoring the fact that they were in the forest. Whoops-a-daisies. Whatever. Screw the math. We got a battle. The Ushapti battle begins. So, as you can see, the Ushapti Great Bows on the blue side firing onto the Arawar here. They're getting restored by the Necrotect. That'll actually help out a decent amount. And if the Ushapti just trade into each other, then both sides will have no Ushapti. And then on the red side, B6 will have double chariot. This is kind of a nice time to use chariots, but he clips the chariots through the Ushapti. What are you doing? Oh, the humanity. Chariots taking some free hits there. I don't know if they help tank anything for the Ushapti either. Because you can see a lot of these arrows miss. So that vastly increased the damage of these guys. But the battle goes on. Chariots are getting underway. Screaming Skull Catapult is summoned. Sipa going for just, you know, the raw valley trades. But we're going to need to see some exquisite chariot micro coming in today. Skullstorm gets summoned. It's very RNG heavy on the direction it goes up. It lasts a long time, however. This is terrifying. Skullstorm has a 25% chance of hitting exactly where you want. 50% chance of veering off into nowhere land. 25% chance of killing all your own infantry. Unfortunately, that Skullstorm did nothing. You can overcast it to get more tornadoes for more RNG. You love to see it. But looking a little sus. Now, the double Tomb Prints, they're pretty scary. They're diving on in, but they got caught up by some Nehekaran warriors. So plan B, they're going for the big man himself, Kodtap. However, Kodtap, he's pretty fast. These guys are tired. He can play keep away, though the charge speed bonus is helping them catch up. Kodtap takes 1 hit. He'll be saved by Skeleton Horseman, though. Very nice play from B6. And the Ushapti fight. Let's take a look. So we have Chosen of the Gods, fairly healthy. We're seeing 2.5 Ushapti left for the blue side. We're seeing about 2.5 left for the red side. So fairly even, all things considered. But the value trading is definitely way better for Sipa here. They're both gonna get their heals, and there's a Mega Skull Storm. And it cleared everybody, is what I'm talking about. I think it did slightly more damage to these guys, but it just deleted everyone in the local area. Kind of hard to say if I like that or not. Skullstorm is much better against archers, by the by. It's actually a crazy high damage spell, but it suffers from the fact that it is so movable. Like, it just, you can't rely on it, man. You really can't. But the damage is nice. Would have thought that the Chosen of the Gods would lose to the regular variant. Same. I'm surprised that they both went for Chosen of the Gods, but guess we'll see. A lot of skeleton horsemen are dying here. And it seems like B6 is starting to run out of steam. He's doing all right over on this side. Ushapti summon on the Ushapti. So B6 has lost units slightly faster than Sipa, which is a bad sign, but it does let him get his Ushapti faster. For anyone who's played Advanced Wars, you know how this works. Losing gets your special powers faster. Chariots are fighting Ushapti, which is probably not a great thing for them, but they are distracting them. Guess these guys have a melee attack of 17. That's pretty garbage. Melee defense of 30. But these guys have a melee attack of 19. Wet noodle fight. No one's gonna die. I guess the chariots might slowly die. Same with the Ushapti. I don't know, man. But another Skullstorm drops. This is the big infantry clear that he needs. Boom. Vortex. Gets a pretty nice curve on most of the Skelleboys. Will it curve into his own units, though? Hits a couple skeleton warriors, but generally a good path. So scary. So scary, those Skullstorms. A little bit of friendly fire from the Screaming Skull Catapult. The friendly fire goes hard on this blue build. But it looks like Sipa's barely going to come out on top here. Although, it could be quite decisive. If you just look at the armies, it looks like there's just a little bit more. Yes, the Chosen of the Gods are technically alive. Maybe there's a sick D summon. But, like, they're out of ammo now. There's not much else to do. And there's nothing to kill the double Tomb Prince. Double Tomb Prince is a pretty scary tech, I'd say. Jeez, that Screaming Skull Catapult. This is really just a death to all skeletons build. Blue Contact really hates skeletons. He does clear off the chariots too. Against the Ushapti, they just did not cook. I don't think these chariots really did much. 350 value, definitely not enough. It seems like while both players played pretty well, I think Sipa slightly outplayed B6 and probably had a slightly better build. Seems like his tools were just a little better, kind of won the cav fight. And there's basically nothing left here. Nahakar Warriors getting surrounded. It looks like our next opponent is gonna be Sipa. How exciting! How very exciting. Skeleton Horsemen going for the charge. Gonna get a wee bit of bullying in. Capture points. I guess I'm technically in favor of B6 though. These Tomb Princes can't really capture super well. Okay, wait just a darn second. Everyone is dead in the middle. Wait just a darn second. I look away for 1 second and the field of battle is just a bunch of dead skeletons. Not to be confused with undead. Seems like the trading was actually close enough where crumbling kind of finished the job. Where is everyone? Where'd they go? These Ushapti are gonna go down probably to these guys. There's a bunch of skeletons going to the point. There's a non-zero chance here against all odds that B6 wins by tickets. I still think he's at a slight disadvantage because the catapult is still alive. But if it keeps friendly firing, I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Sipa channeling his inner RNG. He's slightly up trading with the catapult, but it's not the best because of the friendly fire. Could be a little better. And this is going to come down to who has the capture weight. So horseman v horseman. Right now, Sipa is at a 1 horseman advantage on the capture point. This will flip as soon as these Skelleboys get on the point. There's 2 units of skeletons, 5 capture weight each. Never mind 2. But that's probably enough to stop the horseman cap. It looks like they get on the point. And with the catapult supporting, okay. Barely gonna get captured here. Very close. Brings in the Kotap, brings in another cav unit, and it looks like, yeah, the double dudes is just a little too much. 2 Tomb Princes. Just a little bit too much work. Gets another really good Skullstorm. Kotap with the 200 kills. Only 1,000 value, but I think it's gonna be over for B6. Unless he can get some pretty nasty up trades. This is looking a little sus. Kalita. Kalita actually would have been pretty clutch, not sus. Yeah, I think Kalita would be quite hype. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, B6 is going for the same play as he did last time in the Skaven game against the Beastmen, where he tries to snipe one of these back points while Sipa isn't looking. Sipa is generally known as more of a land battle player, I think. So they are more prone to missing out on a little bit of this action. He's focusing on the SE micro. Card tap v card tap slap fight. If I do this, no one can tell who is on whose side. The color scheming is not that strong in this particular situation. Look at those glorious animations. I do see a summon here though. And that means no back cap for B6. Which means it's just going to be up trading. So how do you up trade in this situation? Well, I guess a Necrotech can kill a Tomb Prince. Tiny bit unexpected, but I guess he gets the job done. Another Skull Storm though. Oh my gosh, and the Nakara Warriors go down. Pretty rough. Oh, but the friendly fire. And they're out of ammunition. Their last shot was a friendly shot. Is the Skull Storm gonna hit them too? Oh, it's curving. But it looks like it barely doesn't. Now, Tomb Prince goes down, so I guess that's one guy off the battlefield. The thing about card tap v card tap slap fight is even if your card tap's winning, it's gonna take ages. So not particularly impressed over there. These Tomb Guard, no, it's Skeleton Warriors. So that is a losing fight, most definitely. B6 trying to make the last plays. I feel like these Carrion are not especially good versus Horsemen, but I guess we'll see. Kind of just ignoring the Carrion and they're glitching out. Flying units have a problem actually landing attacks. I think a lot of flying units don't have good charge animations. So oftentimes you can kind of just ignore them. So he gets a decent charge here. But Skeleton Horsemen are also not the best fighters. It's Carrion. Pretty good melee defense. So they're not going to die unless they get charged. But Sipa does have that sweet cap advantage. Necrotech going down. Red card tap going down. And it looks like our next opponent's going to be Sipa. Show the catapult value? Yeah, we'll take a look after. The friendly fire, though, was pretty bad. A little bit of a spell cast over here. Incantation of Vengeance. Looking decent. Gets a lot of damage. These are Skeleton Horsemen v Horsemen. The Battle of the Brothers. But if there's one thing Tomb Kings is good at, it's grinding on the point forever. Tomb Kings with a very mild value lead will do great. And another very nice Skull Storm. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, it's becoming a bad one. Oh my god, the Skull Storm. Clips into the Nakara Warriors. Doesn't matter though. And that's going to be GG. So as you can see, the Chariots did not do very well at all. The shop D value is actually quite low across the board. I don't know if we shop D are actually good in this matchup. But they might just not be super familiar with the mirror. Or they were worried about other builds. And this catapult got 1,400 worth of value on the enemy team. Doesn't track friendly fire. So I guess it's okay. Quite the tussle. But Sipa, with the sick Tomb Prince plays, manages to get the win. Which means we're facing them next. They're pretty scary. I think generally a lot of people feel like I'm advantage versus Sipa, but they go for some pretty crazy builds. It's very easy to walk into an awkward situation and you lose. So we'll see. We'll see what they decide to go for. I think that shows how much Tomb Kings need new units. Well, they're not getting a DLC anytime soon. Looks like Tomb Kings won. GG. GG. Cool to see them though. Maybe we'll even see them in the finals. Could be fun. Carrion can't legally charge you if you just say no. Just look away and pay them no attention. They will eventually leave you alone. I really hope CA fix the jank. Alright, picks and bans. I got my first pick. It's Wood Elves. His first pick is Tomb Kings. I can't just ban all the Tomb Kings matchups. But he could try to hard counter my Wood Elves. I've denied Sipo that choice at least. I'm gonna go Vampire counts. He has Chaos Dwarves. Okay, Wood Elves, Tomb Kings, Vampire counts. All fairly even then. You went Tomb Kings, Chaos Dwarves, and the last one. The last one, what's it gonna be? What you gonna do? High Elves. The High Elf Mirror. Ooh. All right. I quite like the High Elf Mirror. So this will be interesting. So a High Elf Mirror would definitely be pretty crazy. He says, where is the Slanesh pick? Sipa. What's he gonna ban? I'm obviously gonna ban Wood Elves and Tomb Kings. And then probably Vampire counts and Chaos Wars. I think that makes the most sense. High Elves are also maybe not the best. He bans, yeah, he bans Vampire counts, Tomb Kings. I'm gonna ban Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings. And then I'm gonna ban Chaos Wars versus Vampire counts is a bit of a weird one. I like to think that I'm a good enough Vampire counts player at this point to win it. But admittedly, it's not exactly the best of matchups in the world. Wood Elves and High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves is kind of weird. I'll ban Vampire counts versus High Elves. Okay. Not the worst. It's not the worst. Fighting Tomb Kings is going to be a little awkward. But I think it's perfectly manageable. All right. Cursed Oasis, Whirling Maelstrom, Glinty Toofs. Fairly hill covered. Thankfully, we're not playing gunpowder factions. This is simulating the grand finals. Pretty spooky. That's pretty spooky. Oh my gosh, I'm terrified. What's it gonna be? He pans Tomb Kings, High Elves, and High Elves and High Elves. Alright, doesn't want to play that mirror. So we got Wood Elves versus High Elves. We got Vampire counts versus Chaos Dwarves. Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarves and High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. We're gonna ban Vampire counts versus Chaos Dwarves. Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarves and High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. How interesting. In theory, High Elves can be a little sketchier. because they don't have a lot of AP, so Chaos Dwarves, they can just spam trains and the like. Can be a little awkward, but I don't think it's unwinnable. Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarves, I think is favored for Wood Elves. And Wood Elves versus High Elves is a fairly even match. It just comes down to whoever's better at kiting. So we'll see. No Tomb Kings though. Tomb Kings got completely banned out. Interesting to see they didn't want to play Tomb Kings versus High Elves. Let's do High Elves versus Wood Elves first. Who's the better elf? All right. So this is an interesting matchup. This matchup right here. There's a lot going on. You're either kiting each other or you're doing a big fat rush. That's basically it. Gonna get a pretty nice map pick over here. The one big issue, by the way, for this matchup is that my units. Let's play Oasis. Big thing is that my cavalry is just worse than his cav. His cavalry is cheaper and armored. So naturally, that does make life a little bit more awkward for me. And his archers are going to be slightly more cost efficient than mine. High elf archers are just cheaper, so you can take a lot of them. Those factors combined, they give us a rather interesting situation. But that does not mean that we cannot simply out micro our opponent. If I just play better, if I can just channel my inner gamer and just be good, then I think there shall be no problems for us. The build is looking decent, I'd say. Yeah, build's looking not bad. Let's see, so he's playing High Elves. Yeah. This build should be pretty good. We're on Cursed Oasis, pretty big map, so Russia should not be nearly as strong here. We just got to give it our all. I think if I just play good here, we'll be fine. Title is bait in the tourney. I'm just gonna spam Zotes. Zote max in time. Oh boy. A little worried about Sipa. This will really get us a sense of how good of a player they are. I think High Elves versus Wood Elves is like, it's like a classic test of might. The voice crack. But yeah, we'll see. Subvert his expectations, melee rush. The map's pretty big, but that means his expectations would be mega subverted, right? And as we all know, if you subvert the expectations of your audience / opponent, everyone is happy. They love having their expectations subverted. Oh boy. If I win this 2-0 though, that would be the best sign. If I can just get a solid 2-0, That means that we are in a pretty comfortable situation. Overcast tourney casting equals voice crack. Oh boy, I'm terrified. I'm also getting hungry. I ate before the stream. I guess I'll just get some milk. Okay, so I want Cursed Oasis. It's gonna reverse kite me. I like to think that I'm one of the best kite players in the game. So naturally, I'm gonna take a lot of kite units. Gonna force deploy here. We're not gonna capture the points. This is a value matchup. We're gonna pretend that my skirmishers are over here, when in reality, they're over here. The goal, get a devastating shot on his archers, and then force him to come to me. It's a really good build for forcing your opponent forwards. If he does have skirmishers of his own, we have the classic Low X Blessing and Tempest. So he won't be able to see me, and I'll be able to see him. It seems like he's not going for skirmishers, though. You hope you inspired me to play Skaven in the grand finals. Yo, if I was as good as Skaven as you, I would. Okay, it's just a Malkotzer, though. Malkotzer, some chariots. 4, 4, 4, 2. These guys, alright. Nothing too crazy. So we're gonna need to get danger close here. These guys. Apotheosis is a pretty good counter to Malkots. Unfortunately, Malkots can... It can get more damage in at times. But at the very least, we should be okay. So we're just gonna go back into hiding. With the archers. Get another massive volley in on his lightly armored archers. That's gonna be a decent amount of damage to start off. Got a little bit of a route. We're invisible. Can't really make use of my flying lord here. I think in general we'll be okay. She can also dance around here to force him to have to give an attack command. If my guy uses fire at will, his archers are going to be reloading, and they won't be able to punish my my Way Watchers for their big volleys here. So as long as I just keep doing this, he's pretty dead. So far, we've got a pretty ludicrous amount of damage on the couple of units he has here. Is that a shot on my lord? No, it's a shot on my Deepwood Scout. We can dodge his shots, though. That's a great thing about these guys. They can dodge the shots of my enemy, while he has to stand his ground and take a pretty massive amount of damage each time. Each time we loose into his lines. A couple spearmen we can bully now. You can see he has fire at will on. And giving attack commands will generally make your units shuffle forwards. So this just makes his micro as hard as humanly possible. My lord can just continuously dodge. And then that's another archer unit that's gonna bite the dust. And then we go back in stealth. Stealth shenanigans. It's almost like I've played this game forever. And now without any archers, we start bullying the spearman. Look at that. Huzzah! They are shielded though. So I guess that's yeah, maybe a little awkward. I can use a cavalry unit here though, to kind of slow down this advancement. When your archers are so exposed, you don't want them to die or anything. It's gonna be very incentivized to try and keep these guys alive. If he targets my cav, I can get a little bit of work in there. So far, the damage pretty good though. We do have some Sylvan Knights. Gets a little bit of a another Malkoths, but it's not going to do too much. We're just going to ignore the chariots and see if that works. Gonna disrupt the archers a little bit. Gonna get a tiny bit of damage. I don't know if it's actually the best play though. But anyways, I got Stag Knights here. They should be able to do well. This Archer Core ain't the end of the world. We got a little bit of disruption, but yeah, a little bit of a misplay though. A little bit of a misplay going for that fight. These are Silver Helms. We're just gonna get a volley off on them. And then charge them with the cav. That should bully them sufficiently for a fairly solid win. Here come the chariots though. Chariot's gonna be a little annoying. Should mistargeted with my archers there. Gotta be a little careful with the archers. Those chariots could very well come in very soon if I'm not careful. And here they come. Some big chariot action. Gonna be trying to make a play on me. Those are Reavers. They don't matter. And there go the chariots. Unfortunately, I don't get the best of volleys off. But if I just kind of kite away here, I should be relatively in the clear. Plus, we have the slow from the Way Watchers there. They'll do pretty well. I can get a pretty solid cav charge going too. As long as we keep our archers alive, I'm pretty happy. Most of my cavalry is actually one now too, as summoning chariots means that my opponent's naturally going to have weaker, you know, a weaker defense overall. That means my cavalry can get in there. Cavalry should do quite well. Looks like his chariots are indeed dying. He does have some Lothern Sea Guard, but if I avoid them, that's just rough. And the chariots are indeed getting kited into oblivion. And now we do the super annoying thing. We bring in more archers. You know what they're gonna do? I'm gonna win against his archers. Because I archered his archers with my skirmishers. There's not a whole lot he can do. Gets another Malkoths, doesn't matter. Lord is doing great. We got Stag Knights over here. All that AP goodness is gonna be coming into action. And look at them, archers are gonna go ham. We're just gonna push forwards aggressively with them. We should be totally fine. Gonna turn off fire at will soon. There go, chariot's dead. And if he gets his point, I don't really care that much. Because my opponent's about to be army wiped, right? I will contest it though, just to make life a little safer for me. But yeah, we basically won. We killed all his archers and now we spam archers and then there's basically nothing left that can be done. If they keep shooting these guys, I'll get a sick flank shot on them. That'll beat them up pretty bad. Most of these archers are on the route. How wonderful. Just get a sick shot here. And this makes me feel fairly comfortable. Oh my god, those poor Lothern Sea Guard. They're getting bullied real bad. Couple Reavers here. Oh my god, the Lothern Sea Guard. Yeah, that's pretty some pretty hefty devastation, I'd say. That is not pretty. This is not pretty for a bunch of Lothern Sea Guard. Absolute devastation. I just gotta capture some points now and we're in the clear. Gonna get a pretty nasty volley here on these spearmen. As long as I just don't let them capture this point, I'm happy. Spamming more archers is a surprising choice. So I guess I should be okay. Spearmen die because we're getting flank shots on them. If a unit of Reavers show up, they're not going to do much either. Let's just kill off the last of these Reavers here. It's a bit of a hefty shot to use on such a low HP unit. But I just don't want them to be causing me no issues over here. My archers are pushing and yeah, we're just going to get some cav. Cavalry can bully his guys here pretty well. And I just gotta save a couple volleys to kill these guys. It's all about that efficiency. So there they go, shooting at me. But we got return fire with an incredible amount of dudes. That takes most of their HP out in a single volley. Then we, whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. There we go. All right, we desummon this guy. Nice, and we got them routed, hell yeah. It should be fine, I just gotta not overextend here. Can get another apotheosis over there. And then if I start spamming light cavalry, I think we'll be okay. We should just be able to shoot these guys to death too. He might try to go for a play on the last point, maybe. The thing is, though, I'm gonna get some fat desummons. Oh my god, they're just dead. They're just dead. Bro. He's got deleted off the face of the planet. And I can't believe I still have ammunition. These guys are cooking so hard. Holy crap. Yeah, I think against a sufficiently good kite player, I think the kite is actually advantaged. A lot of people go for these archer tides because people aren't exactly the best at kiting most of the time. They're not the bestest at kiting. So like a lesser player would not be able to pull this off, right? But because I've been kiting for the better part of a decade, I guess it's just good enough. We take some wild riders over here. And this is super annoying to play against, by the way. Because you really have no agency. Oh my goodness. All right, and we just grab these guys, we desummon them, and then we resummon them. And then I believe he's ultra dead. We can get some dryads over here. We got the dryad capture weight. They're doing great. My lord's fine. She doesn't need to heal herself. Some more reavers are absolutely not a big deal in the slightest. Then we see what my opponent decides to go for. Reavers, we just kill. Summons in some cav. I'll counter it by summoning in some cav. I think that'll make a lot of sense. These guys have used up basically all their ammo. How glorious. And yeah, this was very good. I can desummon these guys too. Heralds of the Wind are dead. And huzzah, we have more dudes. Very good Wild Rider catch over here. The fact that I desummoned a Glade Guard means that they probably got a ludicrous amount of value. Heralds of the Wind, as good as they are, they're not gonna win this game alone, I don't think. Didn't even need Tempest. The reason we have Tempest is because the only way he can spot me is by having a flyer of some sort come in. GG, well played. Pretty good. Let's take a look at the value. There you go. Ooh, 1865. That was the chariots. You betcha that was the chariots. Very nice. Deepwood Scouts were cooking. We have a lot of these guys. Stag Knights were really good. Worth the investment. Glade Riders were less good. And my archers, yeah, they got a lot of work done. Very nice. And his archers, only one of them, one or two of them got more than they paid for. And his chariots really didn't do well, right? Oh. Wait, I thought he had 2 chariots. There they are. He had an Ilthamar chariot. Alright, pretty good. His lord got a lot of value, but we were mitigating with our heals. So it's not too bad. Let's play High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. Next. Actually, now let's play Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. Next. We're gonna get him to fear my Wood Elves. I'll ban Glinty. Yeah, 9 archers really doesn't do it. The thing is, it usually does. A lot of people go for that build in the High Elf versus Wood Elf matchup. But the kite's just too good. The kite's insane. You feel like bracing should increase shield missile block chance? Dude, that'd be really cool. I'd dig it. Would change the meta a lot. What makes a kite player better than the next one? You have to be, 1, ultra safe with your skirmishers. The less damage you take, the better. Number 2, damage maximization. They have a reload time of about 10 seconds, but they don't all get their volley off when you give a right click. They don't get a full volley off. So you know what that means? That means you can get volleys every 5 seconds. So you can do half volley every 5 seconds, or you can get full volleys off. It depends on how many you want them to reload. And then the other is exploding moments of opportunity. Situations where your opponent cannot dodge your volleys, where they take the maximum amount of damage. A lot of people will just leave these guys on fire at will. You don't get the shock damage of the volleys, and a lot of arrows will be dodged or they'll miss because of animations. You have to time your shots between single entity attacks so that they don't accidentally dodge. That can be super annoying. That sort of stuff. So usually what you want to be going for. Now, he is playing Chaos Dwarfs. Very annoying faction overall. Generally manageable though. Where they have like they could die and all that. Whoop-de-doo. The Kadai are gonna come in and be mildly problematic. I know they have fire resist, so Starfire shafts probably gonna be less effective versus the Kadai too. But the cavalry generally just die to wild riders. So if I just take a good amount of wild riders to fight off the cav, we'll be okay. You can spam some dwarf warriors too. There's a few builds I can make use of that. But like realistically speaking, just don't walk to your death. Yeah, just don't walk to your death and you should be fine. You know, just don't get hit by artillery. Chaos Dwarf artillery is quite dodgeable. The only thing is the death shrieks, which are better versus. Oh, I'm not armor blocking. Whatever, it's fine. You can stream snipe. I think this is impossible for him to win. Whatever. I don't need an armor blocker. Yeah, I think you just spam archers. You're pretty fine. I could get a Glade Captain too on a Great Stag to bully his trains. She'll be pretty good at that. Yeah, okay. This is my rough idea on how to beat Chaos Dwarves. I'm pretty sure they can't kill Way Watchers. The BM. It's too late, man. I would usually army blocker, but we should be fine. This seems super cursed for Chowie. Yeah, because they're basically dwarves without bugmans, right? So like Way Watcher should just take them to Pound Town. The only thing is Starfire shafts will be slightly mitigated. But there's no way he catches me with the train, right? If he catches me with the train, I just suck. Goes in, sees a full counter build. I don't think he can. I literally think this is unwinnable for Chaos Dwarves. I'm ready to be wrong. But I'm pretty sure this is unwinnable. There's no Chaos Dwarf rush that is strong enough to catch for Way Watchers. You literally just don't have enough cav. Kadai die immediately to Way Watchers. Chaos Dwarf warriors die immediately to Way Watchers. Your artillery can't see them. Why not Chevron with the 200 in reserve army? Chevrons are worse. I'll only ever spend the chevrons on the outriders, maybe. But in general, chevrons are not worth the money you put in. And because we don't summon in all of our reserve units, chevrons will only make us weaker. Gotta turn off fire at will. So this is the usual Chowie Mantide, 17 units, 3, 5, 10, 13. A few units that we can't see. Maybe they're hobgoblins or something. But it's not a crazy rush. Okay, yeah. Just had, okay, it's full Mantide. It is literally the maximum amount of units. Now you might be seeing this and thinking to yourself, isn't this bad? How can your Way Watchers punish such a dreadful Mantide? To that I say I have Cav. I have cavalry, will be okay. What's this guy? Sorcerer Prophet of you're dead now? With Burning Head. Fairly dodgeable. Overall, I see no issue. So this is how you do this. You just flank the shields. You just flank the shields and then you're good. Hobgoblins here are going to be trying to get a little bit of a poke action on my lord. She can dodge though, and then we'll just Way Watcher them. Pretty good initial damage over there, and we'll Way Watcher these guys. Bring back our cavalry. And I just have to get enough deeps here to clear them out. If I spam Dryads, I should be able to win this far flank. Cavalry's going to have to be a little careful. Of course, Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Gonna be a little spicy, but a lot of those arrows, yeah, doesn't look like they were blocked. So overall, I'd say it's fairly good tradesies for me. And then as soon as everything with armor is dead, then we're fine. Gets the magma cannon though. Ouch. Magma cannon's pretty spicy. I do have a bunch of cavalry here that can kind of work it though. So I'm not too sus. I can also keep going into stealth. Chaos Dwarf Warriors, not exactly the best versus the Way Watchers here, right? Gets another magma cannon hit though. Can we deal with the magma cannon? I do have more arcane unforgings for his lord. That'll be quite painful. Magma cannon's gonna be coming in though. Can we kill it? Do I have the cavalry to kill such a dreaded tool of the Chaos Dwarves? We'll have to see. We do get some pretty nice captures. He's summoning in laborers. That's not especially strong. Just a couple hobgoblins. Some sneaky gits. We'll just play keep away. Get another volley on those warriors. Start moving around over here. Then, hopefully we get this cast off so that his lord is silenced. I don't want a burning head on my poor guys here, right? Yeah, so he's gonna chuck it out, but I can disengage. Not the end of the world. He kind of had to chuck that out before we, before things got too feisty there. A little bit awkward with the flanks, though. We're gonna have more archers at least. Archer spam will be good versus these guys. He will kill my Way Watchers, however. But at least we have more. And my Cav is doing pretty good over here on the flank side. Routing off a lot of hobgoblins. I'm just going to turn on fire at will at this point. The Dryads here are cooking decently well. Yeah, they're cooking all right. So maybe I can take this point. He gets a far point, though. Makes life a little sus for me, but his backfield is in complete disarray. And I plan to just army wipe my opponent. These laborers are not exactly the best. He summoned a lot of hobgoblins here. A lot of hobgoblin dudes. I don't think they'll be too scary. Way Watchers are just cooking them alive right now. Yeah, so it's just the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. So I can just get some flank shots on them and I think we'll be okay. Hobgoblins versus my Cav. Looks like my Cav are... Yeah, these anti-large wild riders. That's what I'm talking about, right? You just have a massive advantage on that front. Dwarf warriors here. We'll get the kite on, and then we just pull away with these guys. His hobgoblins are completely devastated, by the way. Did not stand a chance. Over yonder, dwarf warriors. They can only do so much. They're not going to actually secure that point no more. We could turn on fire at will again, since we actually have some flanks. Then once I get some wild riders here, they can help with the cleanup. But yeah, he let my wild riders here get way too much value. Absolutely cooked them alive. And here we go, wild rider time. So they're gonna be great for bullying these dudes. I gotta bounce back here. All right, artillery pieces down. Wild riders on the far side are dead, but I have a capture point here. So not too much to worry about, I'd say. They tried to catch me, but I have a slow. There we go. That'll work out pretty well for us. Routed off the laborers, and then we go over here. Oh, gets a pretty nice burning head, though. Cooks a lot of dryads. Hopefully they are able to stabilize. I kind of have to hold this point. With the leadership of my lord, though, we should be okay. A lot of guys getting routed off over yonder. Double Castellan's a little annoying, though. But I think as long as most of these Way Watchers stay alive, I think we're still good. Wild Rider push over here, looking like he'll finish off those warriors. Which means now we can start playing for this middle point. Unfortunately, the Castellans, they are cooking my lord. Not the biggest fan of that happening. She's going to have to heal herself up. Oh my god, the Castellans. They cooked her good, I'll give them that. Castellans are kind of spooky, actually. We did save this little side, though. So we'll be able to start pushing the center position, or maybe the flank, because he doesn't have no units over there. Lord will hopefully rally, but if she doesn't, that actually makes things a little sketchy. And he has a big scary train coming my way. Lord's gone. Oh my god, dude, the Castellan's cooked so hard. All right, I'm gonna have to go for a flank point then. At the very least, this general area is not bad. Losing the Lord is really bad, though, of course. Way Watchers are gonna get trained on. We're gonna need some cav. Interesting. Opponent making it kind of spooky. She's gonna have to run to the trees. These Castellans are just gonna kill me, right? Oh, they had their stand and shoot happening. That's why they were doing so much damage. Okay, that makes a little bit of sense. With more Wild Riders underway, though, I should be okay in this position. Far side point looks like it will be mine. Wild Riders, they should do okay here. They should be not bad. Infernal Guard are not the end of the world. They're also slightly out of position. And if I just resummon my Lord, I think we're relatively okay. Looks like the point will be secured by us. And on the far side, it's going not the worst. Yeah, we can start shooting up those guys. Train is taking a little bit of damage, though we do have some hobgoblins here. We'll have to see how that actually goes. Way Watchers are not getting the best usage of their ammunition either. Do I want my Lord back? Probably, right? This looks like it'll probably be a pretty long game. Getting a little sus, though. I think losing the Lord might have been what loses me this match. The double Castellan actually gave me a lot more trouble than I thought they would. Okay, yeah, and we're gonna need to just summon Wild Riders here. They're gonna need to do some cleanup. These hobgoblins are actually a lot more annoying than I thought they would be. Now, thankfully for me, ticket-wise, my opponent's not that crazy, right? Ticket-wise, it's relatively decent. Only now are they capturing this point. But we'll be able to get this one soon enough. As soon as I move my Way Watchers onto it, we should be able to get it. That is a unit of Infernal Guard, though. Infernal Guard ending up as a fairly annoying unit here. And he's going to get a little bit of a catch on my units here. So overall, it could be better. I think I shouldn't have summoned the Glade Captain. I think the Glade Captain was a bit of a misplay. I will be able, however, to capture another point. We might still be able to continuously uptrade here, but the situation has gotten a little sus. The main Titan. Main Titan cooking pretty hard. Run, you fools, run. All right, we will get a couple guys here. So I do want to preserve ammunition on these guys. And then I can hopefully resummon my Lord and kill his. Man, I really shouldn't have lost my Lord, though. That was a big misplay. Oh, I have some Way Watchers here. Okay. They can maybe shoot his Lord up. We'll see. He has an artillery piece over here that's not really being that useful either. So maybe we have a chance. We'll see, though. You gotta be super careful about them burning heads. Really don't want to eat the burning head. These guys, too. 100 armor. Very annoying, it turns out. I don't have the AP to actually kill them. Kind of wish I had more archers, but what can you do? At least the cleanup crew's going fairly well over here. Have some Way Watchers in the distance. He chucks a burning head, but it doesn't get too much work done. I should still be able to just continuously uptrade here. There's a few overextensions that I think we can exploit. And I can get the Wild Hunters of Khorne. They'll definitely be able to cook hard, right? Yeah, these guys are just lagging behind. I could probably make use of my Cav Swarm here. I think the time is now to resummon the Lord, as the return of them will certainly help us out. I really got to capture this point, though. Unfortunately, I do kind of need my Lord. But yeah, I just need this point. We need it. Oh, dang, that's a huge burning head. It's a pretty massive one over there. Thankfully, my Cav, they will be able to barely hold on, but I'm running out of time. Running out of time. Life's looking a little sus. I can heal these guys, though, at least. Then we're going to get a big spell cast on his Lord. He's not going to capture this point. I'll have skirmishers and the like coming in soon. Gonna knock the castellans around a little bit. And if I can secure the point, it's not the worst. Though I think he wins this. I think he barely wins this because of the castellans. They ended up being a much bigger issue than I thought. I also, yeah, if I didn't lose my Lord, man, I think we totally would have won this. Now he has a double Hobgoblin here. Good to know, good to know. I think we could have played this one a little better. We were definitely on our way to winning, though. I just lost my Lord to some castellans. I wonder if he can snipe them. I don't know. But yeah, he wins it. GG, well played. Dang, all right. Sketchier than one might thought. Than one might think. Dang, all right. Oh, I should have taken these guys. Yeah, that was the big misplay. Why did I take Glade Guard? I should have spammed Wildwood Rangers, of course. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, if I spammed Wildwood Rangers, he would have died. What happened to no chance of winning? Yeah, the Lord throw is pretty sus, and I didn't have the optimal build. If we play this matchup again, though, he's super dead. There's no way he beats Wildwood Rangers with that. 8 words, though. Damage was not enough, which means we play the next match. It's gonna be High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. All right. What are the maps? I'll ban Whirling. Yeah, we'll ban Whirling Maelstrom. We're gonna go High Elves. I think we'll be fine. The army blocker that costs us a game? Nah. Ain't no way. All right. So either on Cursed Oasis or Glinty Toofs. And he wants to play on Glinty. I think High Elves got this. Especially now that I'm a little bit more used to what my opponent can possibly bring here. Impossible even. I would say it's impossible for him to win this. Properly impossible. There's no way. Let's see here. Yeah, if I just take a couple of these guys. Then we have this. We do a little bit of that action. Yeah, we should be good. He tussles though. Took a pretty scary build. Got some pretty sick plays. This should be relatively difficult to deal with. Go away, Watchers, I choose you. Let's see here. I think it's good to have Rangers in reserve, right? Obviously, we don't want to get rushed. But yeah, ooh, all right. This feels pretty good. Now, unfortunately, I don't have nearly as good of an option versus Kadai. But they're pretty expensive. They should make his rush a lot weaker here, I think. Do I want the Fireborn? I think they make a lot of sense. And then I just have to not die to Castellans like a fool. I think Castellans are pretty annoying, but if I can just jump them maybe with some light cav, then I think we're fine. I don't think I need that much more shooting than I already have. So an interesting match we shall have. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just jump the Castellans. It shouldn't be a big issue. Is there anything else I really need in this build? Don't think so. Feels like a fairly competent build. As long as I don't misplay and lose my Lord again, I think we'll be fine. The whole losing a Lord and bringing out a random hero that couldn't do anything. That kind of screwed me over, didn't it? Just a smidge. But yeah, this feels all a little bit fine. Never enough DACA, just go full DACA. We'll see what artillery decides to bring. Magma Cannon did pretty well. I think it also slowed down some Weight Watchers. Tyrion on foot. Specifically to counter the Castellans. Now that would be insane. But yeah, as much as the build advantage was there, I think really if I just get some armor piercing infantry, there's really not a lot that can be done, right? Just like a handful of AP infantry and we would have been fine. There's nothing in his army that could have killed Wildwood Rangers. I guess he did have the burning head though. So maybe he would chuck some of those out. There were some pretty nasty burning heads. Expected of Sipa. That they'd be able to get a lot of value there. But this time we're ready. Double Lore Master of Hoeth with their sick anti-infantry. Yes. Yes. All right, let's see what he brings. He's been going pretty heavy main tide consistently. I think it's I have to be a little bit more careful in the Wood Elf matchup versus Chaos Dwarves. Like, I shouldn't be trying to flank so hard. I should just be trying to mag dump them. If I get my ammunition out, we're fine. And then we use the anti-infantry guys to clean up. That was the first time I played that matchup. But now we win. So I have the ultimate beat stick of a lord. I have the Dread Eltharion. We're gonna use this huge space here to make use of my kite. And I think we can kite the Chaos Dwarves. I'm ready to eat my words. I'm ready to eat my words, but I feel like we win or die by the kite. And how good of a player I can be. These guys are really good at clearing the chaff. We'll just mag dump them, desummon, and I think we'll be okay. Got some War Lions, so I have AP and Spades. Train's not going to be a big issue. And yeah, he's just going to go the same build. No, he's going exactly the same build. But this time I actually have AP infantry. This should not be the biggest issue in the world. Now, if he summons trains, we'll need to deal with that. Magma cannons get line of sighted hard by this big hill. So if he does summon one in, we'll be pretty comfortable.
We have a victory
These
point.
blunderbusses.
Keep it from the foe.
Some warriors, some warriors. Okay, yeah, so he went for blunderbusses this time. That's kind of insane. I guess I'll stop Eltharion from being super annoying. But alright. Yeah, I feel like if we just summon in, yeah, Ragara's Pride and all that, we'll be good. So he's gone for the Death Streaker. Knowing that we'll bring in Eltharion. He's got a little bit of that action. But these guys are a whole lot cheaper than Way Watchers. So they should be pretty happy taking a little bit of poke damage from the Castellans. And then this thing we're just going to dodge. As long as we can dodge it half efficiently, we'll be goodies. Initial volleys here. Looking not half bad. Gonna get another volley. This time on the blunderbusses. And then this little pocket on the far side. If I bring in a double cav, I think we'll be okay. We are gonna have to dodge that magma cannon shot ever so slightly. But if there's one thing I can do, it's dodge artillery. And the blunderbusses are slowly getting worn down. He should not have enough to win this side, not with the Ragara's Pride getting in there. And then Eltharion can probably get some work in too. Orc laborers taking some pretty nasty hits. Ragara's Pride and Eltharion. They'll be pretty good. And then as long as we win this high ground fight, it should be fairly comfortable. Yeah, so he's gonna go for a big shot over there. We're gonna need to pull away. Oh, he's just going for Eltharion. Okay, that's not a big deal. Just gotta keep kiting these dudes. Orc laborers taking a lot of damage. Just back up from the blunderbusses. Hopefully we don't take that hit. Seems like they're just repositioning, so that's pretty nice. And yeah, he's just trying to bully Eltharion, but he should be fairly fine here. And then with the Ragara's Pride, if we can get their roar here, then they should be able to do okay. There you go, there's the roar. And his blunderbusses are taking a lot of damage. Now that's a pretty nasty final transmutation. Something that I was not paying attention to. It's gonna hurt us quite a bit. But having one capture point is enough, because we're gonna just hard push his blunderbusses here. Should be able to get a decent amount of work in. Then if I spam Cav to deal with his Wolf Riders, we're decently comfortable. Eltharion definitely needs to heal up though. He's getting everything he can on Eltharion. And he's probably gonna have to evac and pull over to safety, as that artillery piece is being an absolute menace. Now, we did rout off the blunderbusses. I could probably re-secure this point too, just by bringing these guys in. Eltharion should be able to live another day and be fairly happy. If you just run away from this thing, it should go decently. And then I can get some armor piercing action over here to deal with these guys. That should be relatively safe, relatively comfortable. Eltharion, indeed, he's gonna live. We're capturing the point. What's not to love? Now the blunderbusses we're gonna have to keep chasing. I can't afford to have them come back. Eltharion will be able to clean up here at least. These warriors just don't really do that much damage. First, my little shadow dudes. So it should be okay. His artillery shut down. Yeah, this is looking not bad. Could be slightly better, but definitely not bad, as we've shut down his blunderbusses almost entirely now. And then we will be able to capture this point. And losing all his warriors is going to be very rough for him. He will be able to keep the artillery piece alive, but we've secured the point. And these guys are basically completely undefended, so I think Eltharion will be having a dandy old time over there. We got Rhaegar's Pride. They'll be able to make some clutch plays. Maybe some Rangers can get in over here. Oh, dang. He is still shooting Eltharion, though. That's crazy, the range on this thing. Blunderbusses will be back, too. So maybe not the most comfortable of situations, as Eltharion gets doinked again. Rhaegar's Pride doing the bestest. Value trading's terrible, by the way. Value trading's atrocious, apparently. I don't know how I feel about that. It's probably because of all the damage he's done to Eltharion, but I should be able to resecure this bottom area with my skirmish corps. They should be able to do fairly well. And if I keep spamming these guys, it's not like he has Burning Head or anything. There you go, fairly solid terror route over here. And then another Chaos Dwarf Warrior bites the dust. So if I can just maintain the double cap for a decent amount of time, I think we're sitting decently comfortable. He does have a train though, so that's going to be up trading a little bit. Let's just pull in over here. Eltharion's going to get some work done. And then we're going to get that Noble action. Noble can contest the train at least. Ranger should at least be decent in this situation, as they do have capture weight. Okay, and he leaves. God dang. Sipa doesn't want to play it out. I think maybe something came up for him. Yeah, he has to go. Dang. I was really wondering if we'd be able to play the ticket game. Obviously, Eltharion gets mulched by the death streak. I have to be careful about that. But I'll take it. Yeah, it would have been the Castellans trying to poke out the warriors. I was probably going to capture his home point, but he was going to get a lot of value with the train. And then it depends on how the Noble does and if Eltharion dies or not. Dang. I really wonder how it would have played out. Early death streak is pretty crazy. It's not like I can push it. Huh. I think he had a decent chance of winning. Like, I think it was anyone's game, slightly advantage to him because the death streak was alive and well. Obviously, if I spam a lot of armored infantry, we're going to do fairly good. But that's why he brought the blunderbusses. Shadow Warrior value was only okay, but they do pretty well for capture weight. A shame that he had to leave. I really wanted to see that. But such is life. Alrighty. There we go. So that was Chaos Dwarves twice, and the first matchup was... let's see, the first matchup was Wood Elves versus High Elves, yes. So this is High Elves, Wood Elves. Interesting. We are left wondering. I think as long as I have something ready for his Chaos Dwarves will be good though. Seems like he really likes that infantry style. I don't have to kite them though. He seems pretty ready for the kite. But I can take options. Oh boy, yeah, high elves with the flying artillery piece. Bro, they're gonna cook so hard. Oh my goodness, they're gonna cook immensely hard. But alright, boss sauce next. Unfortunate that Sipa had to dip. But we get more practice this way. Alright, here we go. I just need to get some milk and then we'll be good to go. All right, let's take a look-see. A little anticlimactic, but sometimes life gets in the way. Let's see what Boss Sauce goes for, though. Boss Sauce likes to rush, so I feel like kiting him is the natural response. Yeah, Cathy balloons can't land even if they're rampaged. Pretty funny. Boss Sauce goes for Chaos Dwarves. I see. Chaos Dwarves and Tomb Kings? Holy crap. Talk about hard anti-kite. Wow. Alright, so what beats Chaos Dwarves and Tomb Kings? What's a faction that does well here? I guess Empire is not the worst. Dwarves is a pretty funny pick, but Empire is better generalist. Wood Elves, High Elves, and Empire versus Chaos Dwarves, Tomb Kings, and Norska. What a crazy lineup. Talk about Kite v Rush times 1 million. He bans Norska Wood Elves. Makes a lot of sense. I'm banning Wood Elves, Tomb Kings. High Elves versus Tomb Kings. Actually don't know how that plays out. I want to play versus Chaos Dwarves. I want to play versus Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves or death. I gotta redeem myself. I gotta show you guys. I hear Wood Elves can't lose. They lost. They lost, but only because I lured through and took a really bad build. This time, not gonna happen, okay? This time, we crush them. I think you can outshoot. I think you can kite Chaos Dwarves. Though, I should definitely be spamming way more White Lions versus Chaos Dwarves. But, yeah, I think if you just take a bunch of these guys, they're kind of a menace. Skaven unironically do well versus Chaos Dwarves, yeah. They tend to do well versus a lot of, like, these slower push factions with armor. Skaven are made out of AP. So Boss Sauce thinking, he bans Norska Empire, Chaos Dwarves Empire. Nice. I get to play versus Chaos Dwarves. Okay. Wood Elves and High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves and High Elves versus Norska. I'm banking my career on this, okay? It shall be known. I really want to see. Okay, Norska versus High Elves to start. Now these are some pretty massive maps. Let's play oil fields. All right, Hashut's oil fields. Myself versus the boss toss. Oil Fields actually is a really nice map for a very particular shenanigan play. This should, yeah, this should be really bad for him. Unless I goober it. Maybe we just immensely goober it. And then I die. But I feel like I have the chops here to win this. Alright, so playing on Hatchet's Oil Fields, alright. Norska has a lot of shielded infantry. They don't have a lot of large, though. You can kind of bully them on that side. They have the Ice Wolves. Ice Wolves are sometimes annoying to deal with, but generally speaking, I feel fairly safe. Do I need infantry clear? If he goes only infantry, I don't think we get stalled like Chaos Dwarves, right? This isn't like Dwarf Warriors. Sure, let's take this. Couple of these guys, couple of these dudes. Never leave home without War Alliance, though. In case your opponent goes for a bunch of armor spam. Oh, I guess Fimir. Fimir in particular can be a little bit annoying here, right? Do I have an AP option versus Fimir? Well, am I just gonna take Phoenix Guard or something? Okay, this is kind of dumb, but I want to see how this goes. Renataki and Charix are facing off, by the way. This is like a mini grand finals. There's Sipa, there's Danican, Charix. There's Boss Toss. All the big players. Oh crap, wrong map. Let's play it anyways. Kite for days and Phoenix Guard. So if he does Fimir spam, I think we win with that. And then I'm just gonna spell snipe whatevs. This should be fine. 14 units. Interesting. What's he gonna do there? The Grand Sauna. Yo, Grand Finals is gonna be so sweaty. We saw Sipa there showing off his Chaos Dwarf shenanigans. Pretty spooky, I must say. Seems like he's really liking the infantry tide. Basically infantry tide with some artillery. I would highly expect him to do something like that in the finals. All right, here we go. Can we see who's going to the finals? I listed off the names earlier, but yeah, I'll have to do that later. So seeing a double Ice Wolf Chariot. He's probably gonna dodge this. Wow, that was a weak shot. That hill kind of did me dirty there. But yeah, it's Wolfric and a Footcaster. I got the Shems. Shems should be pretty good. We know Berserkers are pretty bad here. And versus Ice Wolf Chariots and the Doggos, Silver Helms are probably good enough. Burning Headcaster is not scary versus the Fireborn. So definitely gonna go for a few of those guys. Unfortunately, I don't have a good Shems cast, although if it doesn't hit the trees, we probably get a little bit of damage on these Ice Wolf Chariots. Wow, those are some crazy tree hits. Alright, so that's pretty bad. As far as openings go, this is a little awkward. Now he's gonna move in with these guys soon, so I'm gonna cut towards my defensive points here. Gonna summon in the cav. We should be able to just bully these guys. I think I may have overextended though. Should be able to get a pretty decent volley on the dogs at least. Yeah, okay. So the dogs are probably gonna go down. We've stood a ground. Should be able to rear charge them. Did that Shems hit my own boys? Oh my goodness. Not my best kite game I've ever done. Now we do have our Phoenix Guard here. But I'm botching this. Botching this hard, man. Alright, let's run for our lives. We're gonna summon in more Reavers. He obviously has a whack load of dogs here. But with the Phoenix Guard so nearby, life should be at least relatively okay. The problem is if he does too much damage to these guys, it's pretty over, right? They're kind of my only source of uptrading unless the Phoenix Guard Omega Cook. Which you never know, they might. The Phoenix Guard may just clutch it out. But yeah, you got a really nice charge on me. Thankfully, Phoenix Guard are actually kind of insane here. We got a pretty good shutdown on the chariots. And most of the entities are actually still alive for my little skirmishers. So maybe it's not too bad. Do they have anti-infantry? No, but maybe they can fight dogs decently. Yeah, I love how the Phoenix Guard are actually kind of clutching it though. Phoenix Guard kind of doing well, but we lost all the skirms. Oh my god. Each and every single skirmisher is down now. I have a whack load of Phoenix Guard in here though. I have reason to believe that the Phoenix Guard will be amazing. Just keep running, just keep running. Lord has to bail out. But yeah, if I can just trap these guys for a little bit. Maybe it's not too bad. More dogs are coming on in. Sky has a lot of dogs. Phoenix Guard will be able to get this point though. He's gonna try and rout off my boys, but looks like the two that are left will hold. Phoenix Guard are grinding. Skirmishers are doing their best. They're doing their best. They're trying to live. They're all dead. Not the prettiest of situations. But if I can kill these chariots, then maybe. Oh, that dog unit's gonna be a problem though. Anti-large. Yeah, I think he got us. I think I pushed way too aggressively, way too fast. Am I even gonna capture this point? I think I barely capture it with this Phoenix Guard. I guess I'll take that. Value trading's atrocious though. Oh my goodness. Not a great showing. Not a great showing. The Norska with the ultimate kite shutdown. Alright, Phoenix Guard are just gonna have to fight this. My Lord is super dead too. I thought his dogs were too far, but Norska's pretty fast, it turns out. I'm gonna get a little bit of a pick here with Ragara's Pride. Should be able to decrease the leadership of these boys. Unfortunately, we are out of skirmishers and my Lord is still dying to Wolfric. Getting slowed into oblivion. She's definitely a dead one. And yeah, alright. Maybe kiting the Norska, not the best idea. Not the best of idea. He had so many dogs. He had so many dogs. Alright, GG. GG, well played. Okay, let's play Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarves next. Ban more. Alright, and hopefully we get the right map this time. Phoenix Guard are actually kind of cool, but they didn't actually defend these guys from the dogs. What I really needed was just more cav. Then I think we would have been fine. Obviously, we overextended just a smidge, but such is life. He had the dog in him, yeah. Alright, let's play Ramparts, he says. Number 2 set map. Alright, back to Wood Elves. I think I do want to try kiting out the Chaos Dwarves again. Little risky, but I must know, right? I gotta have something ready for Chaos Dwarves in the finals. This should be pretty good. All right. And he wants to play Blazing Ramparts. And then we'll have a proper map. The magma cannon's okay, but I don't think it can kill the Way Watchers soon enough. Plus, I should be able to get a pretty mean rush. Lord will have to be a little careful about, like, a magma cannon summon. I could try to Arcane Unforging it as a means to get it killed. That's not a terrible idea. Though, I would need 2 casts and a pretty nasty dive to actually shut down an artillery piece like that, but I think it's a start. This build should be fairly good as long as I don't eat burning heads for days. Dang, that foot character squad, though, is annoying. If you guys dare out, I'll cast Shems on you myself. Yeah, dude, the Shems was terrible. Shems was not a good spell there. I was expecting a more open map, though, where I could have just spammed Shems on Wolfric, which I think would have been way better for us. But fighting on a worse map is a good way to stress test the build. Yeah, don't forget Wildwood Rangers, yeah. Okay, come on, Boss Sauce. Set the map. Set the map, bro. I don't want to play on Cursed Oasis a 3rd time today. Definitely way too scared of Fimir, not scared enough of dogs and marauders. Yeah, I think Fimir, you can bully them. They let you kite them, right? So I really should just ignore them and then just be ready for the doggy spam. Map, dang it. Your host, please set map. Come on, boss. There we go. There we go. All right. That big test. I've gone Way Watcher kite again. If I can't kite Chaos Dwarves, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. So the name of the game here, I just have to mag dump the warriors. There's not that many warriors that I have to kill. And as soon as they're dead, everything else is basically done for. Should be fairly simple. Alright, I got my cav here at the ready. They can save these guys if he full deploys on top of me. Just in case, so I'm just going to do this for the safety. Ready, good luck, have fun. And yeah, we're just gonna triple cap him, kite out his warriors. We'll see how it goes. He's gone for the Mantide style, very typical. Probably shouldn't waste my ammo on laborers. And then my lord has to not die to his artillery pieces. Now, I think with the cav start, you can rush down an artillery summon. I can also stealth my lord, so she doesn't get sniped on the approach. Could die are pretty bad. But we'll have to see. Does the Mantide win here? I feel like Mantide can be a little scary. Just a smidge. I don't think it's the end of the world. Maybe slightly disadvantaged, but I'm trying to make up for it with my playstyle. Because I'll happily take a slightly unfavored matchup that I can micro my way out of. Although historically, we haven't done too great against Chaos Dwarves yet. He has a Drazoath with a Flames of Asgore. Double castling. Looking very popular these days. And we're just going to get ready to Apotheosis this fool. Not a lot of HP on him. So Apotheosis should be quite good. I can use Wildwood Rangers to clear out this side. No big complaints. You can't really summon artillery pieces because he has to commit to the rush, right? So first volley of the Way Watchers is out. Okay, get a healthy amount of poke there. A little Drazi. let the bullying commence. Then we're just gonna back up, and we're just gonna keep shooting into their shields. They're silver shielded, but Way Watchers hurt. Like a lot. So it'll take about 4 volleys to kill off a Chaos Dwarf Warrior here. Drazi takes a little bit of heat, but he's gonna live in the end. But because he's not in the fight here, now we can start doing some of this action. Sending in our infantry, because they don't really care about the situation. It'll be totally fine. How fast are these guys? 33 to 40. My Way Watchers are lagging just a little bit behind. I think we'll still be able to kite though. It's not like these laborers are particularly strong. And we can deal with these wolf riders fairly easily. The death push continues though. Wolf riders will die, however. And in general, as a trade, that's pretty good for us. Wild riders are doing good. And now that I have actual Wildwood Rangers, now that we actually have Wildwood Rangers for once, I can kill his front line. My goodness. Silly me not taking one of the best Wood Elf units in the entire game. A silly play, I say. Though he's gonna continue to push. He does have some Chaos Dwarf Warriors there, so we're gonna get some Wildwood Rangers. Drazi's gonna cast a spell here soon. I can feel it coming. So I just have to keep an eye on that, and we'll be okay. Dwarf Warriors are going down pretty hard, though. Gonna get a pretty nice charge over there. Then we're gonna bully the Castellans a bit. Just get them out of the picture. Good flank volley on those Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and this is like night and day, right? This is going significantly better than last time. Unfortunately, Fireborn will catch my guys, though. Bit of a shame, but we'll live. There you go, big routes. And now I just captured the Fireborn. Should be fairly straightforward. I think this map is slightly to our advantage, too. That was a really nice route, though, on these laborers. I want to chase them off with Dryads. I don't want them to rally. But I think we'll be okay. Castellans are not shooting, which is all I really need here to feel comfortable with the overall position. Dwarf Warriors not doing the bestest either. There you go. Dryad Summon. So they're gonna keep these guys routing for a little bit longer. And I just gotta make sure that these Wolf Riders don't cause me too many issues. If I can do that, I think we'll be okay. I can Arcane Unforge, good old Drazi again. Get him killed. I almost want to take Final Transmutation, though, just to kill the Castellans. For how common and popular they are, I definitely want something to deal with that. Because they will cause me many an issue if I give them the opportunity. But first things first, we kill off the annoying guys over here. Yeah, the Kadai Fireborn, they really do not cook in this particular situation. We have the points being contested. There we go. Way Watchers with their terror bombing strats doing pretty well. And I just gotta kill off some Kadai. That should be relatively simple. He dodges, but a simple dodge is not enough. Doing that fight. Gonna get a pretty good engagement there. Ouch, though. Wow, that hurts. It's pretty nasty, big explosion over there. Gonna have to start thinking about which point I'm gonna capture. This one seems a little bit more exposed because the hobgoblins are here. So I'm gonna go for this one instead. I'm gonna bail out on this. Even though it looks juicy, I don't think it's doable. Just gonna go here instead. He's gonna park his Castellans. He's gonna dodge though. Whoop, he does. Good dodge. Still takes a massive volley though. And that's 1 point for me. Very nice. His Kadai rotated. He actually still has quite a few Kadai too that we're gonna have to be wary of. But I think we'll be okay. My lord is alive at least. Alive and well. We'll be capturing our first point very soon. We get a pretty decent volley on them skirmishers. Oh, very good volley on those skirmishers. Okay. We're going to dodge that big old magma explosion. Hopefully friendly fires a little bit with it. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Okay. It's an okay situation. We've secured our first point. We have most of his units routing. And I can get another big cast on Drazi. My Way Watchers are alive, and my infantry, they're doing not bad. So I think this is pretty nice for us. There's gonna be a pretty nasty spell on them too. We can just kind of walk onto this point also. That's pretty easy. And there's the magma cannon. Finally brings it in, so he did have it this whole time. They get a pretty nice shot in on his units though. We can rear charge these guys, get them out of here. It's going for a little bit of that Lord sniping. Lord sniperage, but I think we're still okay. And that should be a second point for us. Very nice. Magma cannon will be bullied a little bit. And it shouldn't be able to get too much value here. Castellans are actually getting pretty messed up too. I don't think they're too happy about getting charged and shot up. So I think we got him. I think we got him. Way Watcher Kite works. I don't think he played as optimally as Sifa. But yeah, if you just have Wildwood Rangers, like, I don't know. Whoop. You just have to be a little careful about the magma cannon situation, but you start with cavalry, you can rush it down if that's what they decide to go for. I think it can be hard to rush down on some maps though. I'd actually prefer more heavily terrain focused maps, but this will do. Gotta be a little careful about the ammunition spending, by the way, as yeah, they still could die. There's still a few could die here that I gotta be a little careful with. So we're just gonna ignore them for now. I still have a little bit of a volley left. We'll be using that mostly. Dryads looking pretty good. He's gonna lose his lord soon too, and that should be the end of him. Drazi's dead. No more Drazi. Very nice. So let's get a solid volley on those could die. They may be low ammo, but they still hit just as hard. Look at that. Massive hit over there. And then we're gonna pull back over here. The Dryads, get them into the fight. And then the Way Watchers are actually just gonna jump scare this Castellan. Oh boy, that's a good one. Castellan gets massacred. And another jump scare. And I don't have to deal with these super annoying guys anymore. There we go. Castellans are dealt with. All right. Just gotta clean up some Kadai now. It's gonna be a little bit, but I think we'll be okay. Should be fine. He doesn't have a lord. Being down a lord here is very rough. Though he does have capture weight. We're going to need to bring in another Way Watcher. Now they're gonna have fire at will on though.
I hear the forest.
Now they will have fire at will.
Spellweaver ready.
He may actually capture this point. I swear, if he wins this, that would be embarrassing. I get pretty nifty cab charge though. Way Watchers are in, but he did secure the point. That's a little awkward. That's just a smidge awkward, ain't it? Huh? Yeah, that's a point cap. Oh boy. All right, I see how it is. Kadai are relocating now. I'm gonna have to dip from this situation. Way Watchers have to get on this point. Okay, so what are we doing? Those Kadai are gonna be a menace, right? Obviously, Way Watchers will do well against them, and I should be able to secure some points now. Little Castellan guy's back though. They just barely run out of oomph. We'll see. Okay, we got a pretty nice charge in here, right? We got a pretty solid charge. We're gonna have a double cap situation. That leaves me with 5 minutes. So in theory, I should be able to get another Way Watcher to shoot up his Kadai, and then it's fine. Maybe I want wild. Yeah, I want Cav. I want Cav. He's spamming Cav my way. I need him. At least the artillery piece is down. Yeah, so this matchup's way sketchier than I thought it would be. I think I should be a little bit more careful about actually deciding to go play this intentionally. Because this is way too close for comfort, right? This is obviously way too close for comfort. Like, I think we barely win this, but that's with my opponent making a good handful of mistakes and such. That I think would not always happen. At the very least, though, we got this. Way Watchers are coming.
The forest song.
It's a big old nasty route over there. And then I can summon in more Cav in a second for when he inevitably tries to ruin me there. Lord is taking a little bit of damage. Yeah, okay, so there he goes. Bringing in the boys. He's gonna try and capture that point. I have no Cav. That kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. Can I kill off the Castellan, maybe? Can I get him off this point? Come on. Oh, come on, man. Come on, the Kadai are crumbling. The Kadai, they're crumbling, bro. All right, I can contest this point at least. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I barely hold on to this too. Thank goodness. Okay, okay, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, oh, oh my God. All right, we're good. We're good. Jeez Louise, though. Gonna get a pretty nasty charge on his Wolf Riders. And just like that, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, so maybe we don't play this matchup. I think, yeah, I think Chaos Dwarves. I don't know. Seems like, seems like maybe we just don't, you know? I think, yeah. Yeah, that feels like it'd be a good idea to just not do this. Oh my God. All right, so we're 1-1. What a nail biter. Way Watchers got good value at least. They do pay for themselves. His artillery piece was a little late. Killing Drazi was nice. So my lord got pretty decent value for the magic. Oh my God, bro. Those Kadai are fast and the artillery's nasty. I feel like high magic's kind of underwhelming versus Chowie. I think metal could be way better. Final transmutation. Overcast on his double Castellan crew just to get him off the field saves me a lot of trouble later on. It's either that or something to deal with the cavalry. All right, High Elves. High Elves versus Chowie. Let's see if we can win it. I'm gonna need to change my build though. Because clearly Chaos Swords are kind of spice. Yeah, I think it's Chaos Sword favored. Their slow march power is a lot stronger than I thought it would be. Oh my gosh. The Cav discrepancy? Yeah, Wild Riders really do well, but then they can't kill the Kadai. So like, you could go like a Cav max, some sort of weird Cav max. You still have to deal with a lot of warriors though. I guess you have Stag Knights. I think there's ways you can win it, but it's very sketchy. think High Elves versus Chaos Dwarfs is near unwinnable. Really? That bad? Is it because it just so good at walking forwards? All right, I have a good plan though. Lost Sylvan Knights could cook in the late game. Do they have a lot of magic damage? I guess the AP is good versus Kadai, so they'll kind of evenly punch into each other. But yeah, I feel like Stag Knights would be... I feel like Stag Knights would be a pretty good pick overall. And I think this is not... I think it's not entirely unwinnable. For the Elves, I have what some may consider to be a play. All right, so decent starter. Man. Sketchy, sketchy. Also, Boss Sauce, forgetting the map again. I banned Blazing Ramparts, and then he picked Ramparts. Because I said, I'll ban Ramparts, and he says, let's play Blazing. A little silly, but it happens sometimes. Anyways, as long as he sees my message sometime, we'll be okay. Very sketchy match we have ahead of ourselves here. So, okay, yeah, he wants to play on Moor. Decrepit Moor. We know War Lines. They feel pretty good here. Moor is a pretty big map. So, all in all, I think... Yeah, as long as I have some way to shut down his artillery, it ain't that bad, right? He's very likely going to have Kadai again, though. I think Kadai Fireborn, the amount of armor that they have to bring to bear is kind of spooky. I'm not going to say they're unkillable, however. As... Okay, there's some pretty crazy tech I can do specifically for Kadai. Then I don't need as much armor piercing, do I? Dragon Princes are not the worst here either. I will rank them very okay. Out of 10. And then I just have to be... I need enough to kill trains. Trains are a little bit of a doozy, but yeah, let's just see how this goes. So apparently this matchup's unwinnable for High Elves, but I think if we skew ever so slightly, we'll be okay. I'm not kiting him. I'm not kiting him again. But this should do well. This should be sufficient. I'm spamming Lion Infantry. It's a rush. It's a glorious rush. The plan is simple. His stuff is really weak. He might even think that I have a lot of skirmishers if I hide in the trees a bit. So I'm gonna try and bait him into summoning in a cannon. And then we just full press him. Because his artillery can't kill the white lions fast enough. They cleave through his armor fairly well. I got a noble for trains. We got lions. Lots of AP damage. Even the Fireborn are here. I can heal them up with Apotheosis. Babysit these guys. They'll do just fine. Even though they do fire damage. So less damage versus Kadai. They still have armor piercing. And worst case scenario, if I really can't kill Kadai, I'll summon in the Mage of Metal and Plague of Rust them. If I'm really suffering. Only if I'm really suffering, though, because she's kind of expensive. Alright, so does he think I've gone for skirmishers? The unit count's really low. I'll need to see what lord he summoned in. He has 19 units, which is generally a good sign for me. Going a melee build against a chaff spam is usually what you want. Yeah. Pretty chaff heavy.
We have a victory
I
point.
see. So he does have Kadai. He does have a handful of Kadai. This is a map where Altarian can cook fairly well for himself, though. I think we just go for it. So we've hit our stuff for a little while. He summons in a Lamassu, which might not be optimal versus this much infantry. We'll have to see. Decent charge on the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. They're going to be suffering some. He has some sneaky gits on the side. I'll have to be careful with these guys, but an early route on some Hobgoblins is pretty good. And while he does have Kadai, it is only one unit of Kadai. He's pretty heavily flanked too. So I'm feeling like I should be able to just get some nifty cav charges. And then we'll be okay. Maybe even overchases over here. White Lions are going to go for this point, and then he has to play on my side of the map. Does have Astrogoth with Flamestorm. As long as we can deal with that, I'm happy. So we're just gonna, yeah, pull away where we're weak. Fight them where we are strong. And capturing this point puts him in a very awkward position now. I have a lot of infantry. And we can silence Astrogoth. So when the main fight is going, he won't be able to cast spells for 30 seconds. That is a rather significant amount of time. And I believe that'll do us some wonders. Now going for the Iron Demon, alright. But only one could die. You can only do so much with that. Laborers and gobos alike. Getting a little bullied. We are silenced though. I guess he silenced us before we could silence him. That's pretty funny. But yeah, I think if we just keep spamming Cav, I'll be okay. Eltharian Dumpster's a Lamassu, by the way. No world where he loses to that. He should be able to go pretty Chad mode here. And the train, if we can catch it with some mobility right now, that would be rather comfy. Eltharian's doing not bad. I'll have more mobility here in a second. Fireborn should be able to win this fight. First the Hobgoblins. And then hopefully get out of there before the Kadai mess them up too bad. Also just going to bully Astrogoth a bit. Train's getting in here. It's going to be trying to help out. Good disengage from my opponent too. But the Fireborn are clutch. Routing off those guys nice and early. We can now get a rear charge here. And Eltharian can deal with the train just fine. Then if we just get some good rear charges, I think we're pretty good. In general, Chaos Dwarves don't have the best of infantry. So if you go melee against some, was my theory, then the bullying can commence. We're gonna have to keep running with these Fireborn though. But in the meantime, the rest of his army's just getting massacred, right? And we got the Roar, so goodbye to those dudes. Eltharian's cooking it up. He's doing great. Gonna stay in the fight a little bit over there. Maybe get a heal off. But this rear charge just deletes this little force over here. Just have to be a little careful with my dudes. We do have another SC here. That's really nice. And Eltharion, with him bullying the train, life should be at least relatively comfortable. We've completely outmaneuvered him. Overall, at least I think so. And the value trading is in our favor. Eltharion's killing it. I just have to make sure a flamestorm doesn't melt the faces off all these guys. And then I'm okay. And then maybe we'll silence Astrogoth again. If we kill Astrogoth, I'm happy. Now, where's that flamestorm gonna get cast? I know there's one on the horizon. My opponent's very incentivized to chuck it down somewhere here soon enough. I just have to not offer any juicy blobs, right? Very good though. So we've killed off them over there. Still haven't captured the point. That part's a little awkward, but Eltharion's still cooking. And the ignoring of the Kadai is going, I'd say, decently. Though the white lines are not doing that much damage. Their deeps could be slightly better. He gets the flamestorm out, but it's going to be a little lackluster. Eltharion, he will live. And okay, now he's trying to go for a capture point victory. If I can distract the Kadai with such cheap units, I'm totally happy. That's a glorious, glorious situation to be in. He does summon another Kadai, though. So we're going to have to pull away from that. I'll have to clean up all this here infantry. We're going to need Eltharion to cook. Kadai are a menace, it turns out. I really don't have that many... I don't have that many ways to deal with them, do I? It really is just Eltharion hard carrying. Now, I do still have the mage, but they're not here just yet. So Eltharion it'll have to be. The train, too, is being ultra annoying. Or at least we're distracting some full HP Kadai over here. I'm gonna keep getting lions, I guess. Eltharion should do okay. Like, he's pretty beast mode, right? Should be able to do okay. Train's just not dying, though. Oh, the train sucks. Train sucks to fight against. Eltharion is kind of getting bogged down now. That's not good. He should be able to get out of here. Get some Mistwalker barrage. Okay, that's not bad. If Eltharion dies, however, that would be definitely a lost game. And it looks like he is. It looks like he's kind of getting bullied. Here I thought we'd be able to beat up the Kadai with my stuff here, but holy crap, that armor. That's a lot of armor that we gotta deal with, isn't it? Ain't it? Eltharion's probably gonna pick up into the air. He may rally. There's two Kadai here, though. I will be able to capture another point, however, and I do have war lions here. Don't count me out just yet. We're gonna maybe kill the train. And all I really need is Eltharion to live. I do have the back cap point of the Chaos Dwarves too. But I don't have much else. Lamass is going to be trying to chase Eltharion. Come on, Eltharion, yes. Casting spells. No! Come on, you were casting spells, bro. You were casting spells. What happened to the leadership? Okay, well, that's a little awkward. Oh, come on, bro. You were casting spells. You were supposed to go beast mode. Oh. And now we die to Kadai, don't we? Yeah, I think the Kadai are a bit too much. Hell, maybe I just bang Chaos Dwarves. Dude, Chaos Dwarves against my mobility stuff is brutal. Oh my god. Elf Slayers they are. Absolute Elf Slayers. There goes Eltharion. Now, I do still technically have a double cap, But I think the trading is going to be too bad for me. This train has been alive for so long, too. 2,000 value. That's ludicrous. I got a mass route over here on my infantry. I got some dragon princes, though. Pretty hype, I guess. I got some dragon princes, yeah. Oh my god, this train. Just kill it. Kill it, you darn noble. I think the only way to win this is I would have to somehow spam SEs. Oh my god, this train does not die. Noble is not landing any hits. What is this? What is this? I should have known. Should have known the jank would be too much. Dang. Alright, well, it's some good testing. It's some good testing. Oh my god, though. What is this? Why can't the noble land a hit? Not even a single attack animation? Okay, there you go. I think he landed one hit there. Yeah, that's really janky. Okay. So you can't really do that. It turns out Kadai are indestructible in this matchup, by the way. Unless I bring in Phoenix Guard, which they might actually be half decent here. But I think the Flame Storm's a bit too much. Let's just see Dragon Princes versus Kadai real quick. His ears are in the way. There you go, he got it. +1 kill, hell yeah. Yeah, no, there's just no way to kill them, all right. So good testing, good testing. But that's gonna be GG. GG, well played.
There is only defeat.
Woof. All right, a little spooky. A little spooky. I have to be ultra careful about the chow he plays. Against elves, it's a little sus. You kind of need artillery factions, it seems, to actually win against them. But at the very least, we get some really nice testing going. And again, I did have a good matchup, but I really wanted to see if we could fight Chaos Dwarves. It turns out no, which is fine. I can just bane them. Spec slot, please. Yeah, we got Zulahud. Dude, the Kadai were so indestructible that whole game. 2,000 value on the Kadai, 2,000 on the train. I couldn't pin them down. I didn't have mass. I think you kind of have to just shoot them. Now, the Waywatcher build was not the worst. I think Wood Elves are okay versus Chaos Dwarves, but they're kind of a... It's kind of a you don't want to play it type of situation, right? Although my melee front line will do much better. I do think you can just shoot the Kadai to death. Like, if they have Kadai, you just blitz them. But, yeah, how'd the White Lions do? Oh, fighting chaff all game. Brutal. He actually didn't go for many warriors. Shadow Warrior Kite probably wouldn't have done super well either. Dang, his warriors actually cooked really well. Good to know. Heavy armor with the Chaos Dwarves. Elves have artillery, right? Bolt throwers exist technically. Ah, yeah. That they do. But yeah, so that means it's going to be Danican and Charix. Danican v Charix will be fighting against Bastos. How exciting. We need to double the bolt thrower model count again. That's what they've been doing for all the bolt throwers. They only have a few left. All right, but yeah, I think as long as we don't get mega rushed, I'll be okay. Think they'll ever up the entities of the elf bolt throwers based on pattern recognition? Yes. But yeah, train jank. Train jank was a little rough. You really need them to stop moving to actually kill them. And yeah, I kind of tried sticking some cav on them, but I never actually got them to stop moving. So they just really didn't take too many hits. Pretty sure you never take warriors. Charix does, so I feel like they're not bad. But yeah, I think faction-wise is what we're looking at. I got some sick melee factions. Like, I can still whip out Norska, who should be fairly proficient versus the Chowie. With a few Marauder Horsemen, Axe Throwers, you don't really have to worry about the trains as much. You just kind of shoot them to death, as they have large entities. I'll kind of have to go player by player on what I feel is best. Like, attack speed enjoyer is not going to play Chaos Dwarves. He's probably going to want to play Wood Elves. I'll have to see how the pick and ban format might be abusable there to help us out. Then we have good old Sipa we're going to be facing. But I should just be able to take some fairly comfortable matchups. I think Sipa's going to have like some insane box though against Slaanesh. Can you dwarf box against Slaanesh? Maybe. Fiends are pretty good though. Fiends can shut down trains, you have rampages. That shouldn't be too bad. It'll be an interesting day for sure. A very, very interesting day. I'm happy that I kind of got a good sense of what Chaos Dwarves are like though. I haven't played against them a ton in the faction wars or SFTs. Is High Elves officially off the Grand Finals list? I think there's a lot of factions I can kite. I just have to play it out really smart. Norska's Chaos Dwarf favored? Really? Maybe they are clutch. Chaos Dwarves actually insane? Please don't play Norska into Chaos Dwarves. Is that bad? Or you have no way to kill off Fireborn or something? I don't know, we'll see. Okay, the obvious counters to Chaos Dwarves, if we do see them though, is I could take like an Empire or like a Cathay. These are like the classics that are really good versus Chowie. That would be a much more normal style. 61% win rate for Chaos Dwarves into Norska, crazy. Maybe they are good. Maybe I should play them. Alright, cannons it is then. I go Dwarves. We go the Dowie. I see, that's true. The skirmishers can be really annoying there. And then they have their artillery, and then they have their infantry spam. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Anyone know if Slaanesh is good into Chaos Wars? Apparently the worst matchups for Chaos Dwarves. Oh yeah, Skaven, Ogres. Ogres can just shoot them. Dwarves, Coast, Empire. Wood Elves is actually apparently bad, so that's a good sign. And Kislev. That's it. Wow. Okay. Against Slaanesh, they got a 58% win rate. Got to be a little wary. Just a smidge, though. Just a smidge. Yeah, I'll have to feel it out. I have a few factions that I'm like more comfortable though with facing Chaos Dwarves at least. With Sipa though, it seems like he's really liking them. So maybe I just ban Chowie and then go for Wood Elves and High Elves. If I ban Chaos Dwarves, my Wood Elves and High Elves are way more comfortable. Pick up the green skins. They got 50% win rate versus Chowie. That's way too sketchy as a non-green skin player for me. But yeah, we'll be covering the finals soon. Danican versus Charix. And the winner will be facing Boss Toss. I'm gonna guess that they'll be done very soon. Danican v Charix is crazy though. There's a good chance they both make it to the finals. man. I love the Skaven though. I see Chaos Dwarves, so just pick Skaven. The thing is, they would only counter Chaos Dwarves. That's not good for me. 70% win rate versus Zinch. My god. Rip Zinch. Ogres is not bad though. So if I see Chaos Dwarves, I can play Ogres. Yeah, what makes Ogre so good into Chowie? Lead Belchers? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think there's anything on the Chowie roster that can effectively take out Lead Belchers. It's not the worst. Yeah, because like the way to beat Lead Belchers is to rush them. They don't have the ranged tools to really deal with Lead Belchers. Okay, that's not too bad then. And I can go Empire. Empire is fairly comfortable because you have cannons. What do Empire cannons look like though? On such a heavy terrain map, Empire is not really good in the round one. 450 range on cannons. Death streaks, what are they? 430. Death streaks are 420. Okay, yeah. So you can use cannons to your advantage. You could also use Outriders. Outriders are a very annoying unit to deal with. If you've brought Death streaks to kill war wagons, that's pretty nice. But yeah, very excited though. Very excited for the grand finals. I feel like I've experimented a lot of matchups. I have some cool ideas kind of looming around. We should be pretty good. Yeah, any faction with cannons is gonna be great. For sure. Now that's crazy style though. Just a hard man tide with warriors and laborers. Last time we played, it was mostly all about trains. And they're going for much cheaper characters now too. Just a bunch of foot characters. Yeah, the death streaks can kind of hide, but they're quite dodgeable. I'm relatively okay with that. Warriors of Chaos are okay in general, by the way. But I think everyone... I was winning with Chaos back when, like, this was good, you know? A bunch of Horsemen and a bunch of Forsaken, and you play a fast mobile game. But this is only good versus Chaffspan. It's not great versus a lot of other things. So, yeah, I think the meta's kind of evolved past the typical Warriors of Chaos playstyle. There's a lot more elite stuff making their way into the meta. We'll have to see. Kislev versus Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, Lil Grom versus Artillery Piece. If they can hide a unit, though, I can imagine that being pretty scary. And then they can, yeah, kill all your chariots with the Death Streak. I think a typical Cav Max is not exactly the best thing ever, either. Pretty sketchy. Chaos Dwarves, good. Are they way better than I thought they were? Maybe. I think it's when the meta was people spamming Fire Glaives, they felt a lot more manageable because they had like no units. Now that they're spamming like Cutthroats and Dwarf Warriors and Laborers, now it feels like they actually have a standing army. We'll be good though. I can just ban whichever matchups I don't feel comfortable with. On Saturday, the first round, probably against Attack Speed or Maximillionaire, is a best of 3. As soon as we get into best of 5 territory, I'm fine. But it's these like weird factions cropping up that'll give me a hard time. So on Friday, best of 3 versus Sipa. Beginning Saturday, best of 3 versus Attack Speed. Then probably it's going to be a best of 5 versus Charix. And then a best of 5 versus Danican. It's gonna be a long day. Gonna be a very long day. Just see finally learning why people hate trains. Yeah, I'm quite the gunpowder guy. Rather than an elf main. I think a good pick too. Like I shouldn't second faction high elves it. My last faction should be high elves. What time on Saturday? I don't know if turn. Let me check. I got messaged the time, but it was through DMs and ages ago. I forget. I don't know the time. Let's see here. Let me see. Okay, 11 a.m. Turin time. That's when I'm starting. No, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Okay, yeah, so that's like the usual time that I stream then. That's pretty comfortable. Lizardmen? There's no way Lizardmen beat Chaos Dwarfs. How did they do that? What are they doing there? Yeah, he's on LA time, I think. California? Tarks and Danican still facing off. They're having some nasty fights. Just spam skinks. Skink spam? Really? Red crested for the armor. Oh, yeah, because you can kill Fireborn, right? Because you have AP Cav. Guess that makes sense. I'm taking a day off tomorrow, yeah. I actually have a special event that I gotta go do. So we're gonna be gone tomorrow, and then it's just straight into it on Friday. Terrifying. Truly, truly terrifying. Spookalicious. Not a hard counter, but pretty Lizardman favored, huh? I guess you can get like a Carnosaur or something on the trains too. Yeah, having those like mid-tier SCs seems like a good strat. How much to get you to play a modded Rome Warhammer 1 campaign? Like a lot. I really am not interested in playing that. I'm not that interested. So you'd actually have to pay me like actual sponsorship rates. We're talking in like the hundreds. And even then, I wouldn't really enjoy it, right? I don't know. We're talking like a few hundred. Don't do it. I don't want to do it. Oh yeah, you can net trains. It's true. Then can't high elves net trains? Sure, you don't have AP Cav, but you can net them. You can net them, maybe? At least Wood Elves have a little bit of teeth. If I'm playing Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarfs, it feels like we have at least a fight. Also in my okay, so in my games against Sipa, So we both get a global ban. Once picked by a player, a faction cannot be reused for the rest of the series. Yeah, and then I guess we pick maps after. So top bracket picks first. So I get dibs on whatever strong faction I want to take as my first pick. That's not terrible, but then he gets to counter pick it twice. And I get to counter pick his counter picks twice. So I guess that's not terrible. Not the worst. Yeah, High Elves don't really have AP Cav. It's just the Fireborn. And even they didn't do that great. First the Kadai. Still waiting up. Charks versus Danican. Battle of the Gods. Taking some time. I can play Warhammer 3 for free offline. I'm pretty sure if you just Google search it, you'll find better results than asking here. Net and Shem's Caster Lord with double Noble. I don't think it does enough. Because you want that train super dead. Getting it down to half HP with Shems means that it sticks around a bit too long. But yeah, in general, I feel like Wood Elves is not a terrible pick. And I can pick Wood Elves before they pick Wood Elves. We're actually top bracket for the whole tournament too. Yeah, I'm always going to be the one that picks first in the first round and the third round. So I guess that's okay. Oh boy. Like, yeah, I can get dibs on Wood Elves. He might try to counter with High Elves, but we know we can beat Seepa's High Elves. That's not the worst. So like if I go Wood Elves first, Seepa picks 2 to counter, I think we'll be okay. Especially if I just outright ban Chaos Dwarves. He might go Ogres though. But Ogres are a fairly counterable faction. That's not too bad. And then if he doesn't go Ogres, I can steal them. I think I have options. I just have to play my pick and ban phase really well. Because if you get yourself in a bad matchup, it's just done, man. You're just screwed. Charx beat Danican. What a god. Guy's been in retirement. Still wins it. All right. Oh, no. They still have one more game. Okay, they're 1-1 then. They're 1-1. All right, so good handful of games left. Charx, he wants to play Skaven. He wants to play Skaven the Mad Lad. All right. Now this is a proper match. Oh boy. It's over. Yo, Chark's gonna try and win the grand finals with Skaven. Would be pretty jokes. It's over for me? Nah. We'll be goodies. I'll be able to pick much better matchups on the day of the actual tournament. This is mostly an exploration phase to see if we can pick matchups that I feel like I might be able to win. No, we'll have to see. I gotta focus on my counter picks. First and foremost, I have to focus on my counter picks. More than anything else. Just get some extremely favored matchups. Get the the crab faction mod, best mod. Danican's ready. Empire v Skaven. Last I checked, Skaven are pretty happy here with the Giselles. Empire can kind of kite Skaven though, but Charx likes to go for skirmishers. Yeah, okay, that's what we're seeing though. So this is entirely going to rely on how good Charx is at mitigating the kite. He does have a warp lightning cannon, but Empire got cannons too. And the map is flat. This is as comfortable as it gets for Empire and Skaven. Charx on Skaven though, I know. Crazy. Let's take a look. It's grenade launchers. We have Boris, a Todbringer. Has a Blood Roar. We have a Vizard. He has the Shems. So probably see a lot of that. It actually has a pretty good amount of AP damage. But does he have good targets? Well, he can shoot the Warp Lightning Cannon. Shems is actually not a terrible option for that. I think you might want to overcast it, but generally it'll go down. He can also use it versus Natty Boobos. I don't know if you need to overcast it or not. I think a normal cast might be enough to kill the Natty Boobos. We'll see. Of course, getting into position to shoot these guys is difficult. And the Warlock Engineer, he does have Howling Warp Gale. A lot of counterplay already on both sides as they position up for the fight. Man, why is this map so foggy? I feel like the map usually is not this foggy, but like I can't even see the other end of the battlefield. It's so dark. I think maps have like a random amount of like night, day / fog, and we like RNG'd ourselves into this. All right, looks like they're ready. Snickets. He's chilling. And the battle begins. So seeing some grenade launchers. They're moving up. We got some Globadiers skedaddling forward. Nothing too crazy going on though, right? Outriders a line of sighting the Warp Lightning, which they really want to do. And we're going to see an early Night Runner summon. So Night Runners just died to the grenade launchers. This is generally regarded as a misplay, but maybe it's a bait. So in about 2 seconds, he'll have enough for a dog summon. There it is. But he eats a grenade launcher volley. Dogs are 95 speed. Outriders are 84. So technically, they are catchable. Is that a little bit of poison? No, no poison. Unfortunately, seems like the dogs are just a little lackluster. Danican does eat a couple Warp Lightning hits though. He did get a Shems off, however. Blitzed one of the Warp Lightning cannons. Probably feeling pretty good about that. Countercharges the doggos with the Outriders. As you can see, cavalry bully dogs pretty hard. And to lose the dog for a couple Outrider kills, probably suboptimal, right? Especially with Boris finishing the job. Oof. Now that's a pretty nasty play. However, Howling Warp Gale is down on the Light Wizard. Warp Lightning Cannon silencing him. But he dodges. Big counterplays. However, Natty Boobo is still firing away. Light Wizard still in a little bit of danger. He still has 8 seconds. Big volley from the slingers. Doesn't do too much damage. But maybe one more Warp Lightning hit hits him. No! Goes back into the sky. Oh, that was a nice dodge. A very nice dodge from Danican. Lands the wizard. Raises the lizard. You got a 10-second cooldown when you land to get back up. The cannons take 10 seconds to reload. So fairly dodgeable. However, he's still taking some pretty heavy chip damage. These shots are really hard to see too. Good charge with the Empire Knights. Blitzing their way through the Night Runners, the Skaven Slaves. So far, looking pretty good for Empire. As the Warlock Engineer is now getting hunted. Danican knows that he has cooldowns right now. So he can't net Boris down. But there is one that can. Sneaky Snickage is coming on in. Gets the net. Deathmaster Sigil. That's a 5-second net. cavalry getting caught up by the rat ogres, and this could be a massive play. Unfortunately, there's nothing to pin down Boris, as the warlock engineer is terror routed. So even if the cooldowns were back, he wouldn't be able to net him. And Boris does make it out alive. Sketchy situation for Boris, but overall a fairly even trade. Globadiers are firing away at the archers now, getting some pretty good chip damage. But losing Globadiers for one archer, not the best of situations. And the late game's gonna be sus. There's a lot of Empire Knights, and Skaven don't like that cavalry. Empire Knights over here, bullying some pit fighters of Hell's Deep. Big charge from Boris. He's doing decent. Globadiers not getting nearly as much coverage as they might want to. This one's alive though. Not a lot of alley though. They might even friendly fire some clan rats if they're not careful. And now the mid game. So the fight is going on. Everyone's kind of engaging. Micros through the roof. Charix feels like maybe he can steal a point over here. That'll help him in a more long-term trading situation. But no, not going for the point. Maybe he wants to chase off the light wizard. Not entirely sure. Trading wise, it's dead even too. What a pitched battle. Got some natty boobos over here. We got some Skaven slave slingers. Empire Knights taking a little bit of damage from the poison, but they get a good charge. And that's most of the weapon teams down. And this is kind of where Skaven really suffer, right? So grenade launch have taken out the artillery piece. They snuck through. The dogs were out of position to save that. And it's just a little bit of a problem, ain't it? Empire is well into the Skaven formation, and they really need that combined arms to do well. Much more than Empire in this case. Yeah, another one bites the dust to a couple Empire Knights. Skaven slaves get charged too. Triads get summoned, but a little too late, and now Empire's starting to get a pretty massive lead. Dogs are routed off by Boris. I think he really did need a spicy Boris kill to actually win this. And even the spears are getting in on the action. Wizard's chilling too. 500 value, not terrible. Danikan's been really liking the wizard lately as a nice little poke tool. That got 100 gold for 5 wins. That's not bad. You can spam that on infantry. I don't even think you have to overcast it. That's not terrible. Now the last point's getting captured, and I think Charix is about to get taken out by Danikan, who's been grinding a lot more. While Charix was definitely the OG favored player, he kind of got busy. So he hasn't been playing as many games. Meanwhile, Danikan's been evolving his other factions, learning Empire, and he is making some mighty plays this day. Charges the Poison Wind Globadiers. But what is this? Big net on Boris. I don't know if this is enough to actually win it for Skaven. They're down basically everything else and triple capped. But a Boris kill at least feels good. He's netted for another second. We're going to see the Light Wizard cast Net of Ammontok, though, to try and save Boris. Cavalry, body blocking Snickage. He can't get the hit, and Boris will be able to take off. Definitely going to rally. He'll be totally fine. We'll heal back to half HP. A Snickage here. Just kind of sadly standing around while the Empire Knights bully all of these ogres. And there's like no more Skaven left, right? Technically, it's 22 units to 20. But most of them are scattered to the winds. They just haven't been desummoned yet. Eshin Triads going down to Valley Trading. Slightly in favor of the Empire, but that's mostly just Boris damage. The actual army is what matters because Snickage is just not fast enough to secure these points. Is this a tournament? This is. This is a tournament, no prize pool, but we're all training for the grand finals, which should have a pretty hefty prize pool. At least $1,000, which is quite a bit. There you go, Eshin Triads. Super dead. We see one Dwarf Thing Menace get brought onto the battlefield. A little too late. Look at that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing for Skaven. Yeah, Charix is really good at his Lord sniping. He has that killer instinct. to get him dead. But Danikan's really good at protecting his lord. And Boris is chilling. He's having a good time. Look at him. He's flying around. Not a worry in the world. Deathmaster has just been ignored the entire game. Though, I guess the fight's still technically going on. I just don't really see what Skaven can bring in though, right? Oh my god, and another grenade launcher. Oh. Oof. Immediate rout of the Globadiers. Triads are in danger. Dude, these grenade launchers were cooking this game. Look at this guy. The first summon, I think, was already 1,000 value. And now they're farming more. Crazy. Meanwhile, on the far side, Dwarf Thing Menace trying to run away. Maybe there's a way Charks can pull back a little bit of value. A lot of these Empire forces are quite low. Maybe the dogs can get a little bit of work done. The ticket, though, ticket situation is definitely behind. And, oh no. Oh no. Hope you guys are ready to witness some pain and suffering. The Triads are running. But the grenade launchers are there. Oh, the humanity. Talk about a money shot. Oh my gosh. Oh, the humanity. Oh, another hit. Jeez. Brutal. Not a happy day for the Triads. Got 4 kills. Continuously being bullied. And in the meantime, over here, Dwarf Thing Menace is finally killed off. Another one gets summoned. But can they secure a point? Danikan's almost at the point where a single cap wins him the game. And he's just farming value now. The Triads are not having the best day of their life. They're going to be maneuvering and trying to get over here. But another grenade launcher volley. Bullying them. In these blasted wastes. Barely getting any value. They've gone from 10 to 96. Technically a 9-fold increase, but it's not too pretty. Unless the grenade launcher's idle. A little bit of idling over there. A little bit of miss micro. Danikan's still in an extreme lead though. 20 units to 13. One of the most expensive units for Skaven is about to go down. Boris is even back in the fight. He wants to fight Snickage, man. He's going for that cycle charging. Gets smacked in the side though. Takes a bit of heat. Gets netted. Knocks Snickage back. Does Boris win here? That's a... no, it's a flensing, not a net. Warlock Engineer's gonna route for that though. Overcast. Pretty painful. Hey, you know, the Triads actually catching some grenade launchers. Vengeance for their brethren. But, yeah. Well, no capture waiting coming, man. There's nothing left for Charks. Outriders are blasting the Triad. See, Danikan doesn't chevron. Oh, they're pistoliers. Never mind. How's this fight going? Another Triad is here. Grenade launchers are chilling, though. Oh, oh my god. Half HP gone. Is that a route? I can't believe they held. How does a unit survive a half HP loss immediately? I guess they were pretty fresh. Vigor's doing okay for them. Now they're dead though, getting charged by the Outriders. Over yonder, Warlock Engineer is down for the count. Snickage doing his best. 1500 value. He got a little bit of work done on Boris. And here we go. Trying to recapture some points. Clan Rat Spear on the march. Unfortunately, Charks only has like a minute left. Shem's decent damage to the engineer. Danikan's been really liking Shems lately, I've noticed. But it's all a little sus. It's all just a little sus for Skaven. They do get a capture point though. So we're looking at a 2-minute timer then. If by some miracle Empire does not steal point number 1 and Skaven can consolidate and get all their units here, then maybe they win. The problem? Tickets. Tickets were not close at all. Danikan was in the lead for the majority of the game here, which means that Charx needs to uptrade severely hard to actually win this. I guess he will have a little bit more than just 2 minutes. Closer to 3 minutes. Maybe he kills Boris. He netted him. Weeping Blade, 45 armor. Snickage is not looking too healthy himself, though. And I think these Doomflayer is just going to tear her out. Not looking too great over there. Full route. Snickage. Oh, my God. The leadership hit on Snickage. Pretty rough, but he does kill the Sons of Sigmar. That's going to net him a lot of value. All the way up to 2,000 now. But, like, Dandakan can just capture this point with his Cav. He can capture this point with his Cav. The Skaven are actually less mobile than Empire right now. But he's gonna opt to fight for the point instead. Dandakan standing his ground. Gets Boris charged by some Rat Ogres. Maybe we see a throw. Free Company Militia on the far side, though. Not a dog in sight. Dogs are over here. Technically, though, Charx does capture the middle point. I think Dandakan's having a little too much fun. Dandakan with the slight overconfidence ends up losing all 3 points. Now he's gonna have to recapture one. Dog's gonna be spammed over here. No Free Company over on this side. He keeps trying to snipe Snickage with Boris, but now Boris is so low he can't really participate in the main fight anymore. And okay, it is going to be a big play for this point. Now 3 Outriders and a Free Company are going to capture this basically instantly. And Charx is out of dogs. He no longer has dogs to bring onto the battlefield. So he summons in a Globadier. This guy's going to take forever to get on this point. So Charx is still probably dead. Now, he does have a minute and a half to get on this point. However, grenade launchers are painful. Hitting up the Globadiers, nets the dogs. All right, I like it. Snickage is coming, though. He has a Pistolier here. I guess technically if Snickage kills off the Free Company Militia, the Clan Rats might not actually be able to do this, but the dogs are gone. Grenade launchers are having the time of their lives, and even a big dive in with the Pistoliers. Hits up the Globadiers. They die for it, but it's going to stall the situation a little bit. And the Clan Rats do go down. Looking at 80 seconds now. Summons in some Night Runners. But no, they still don't beat grenade launchers. Grenade launchers have been cooking this game. 300 kills, 1,700 value. Absurd. Absolutely absurd levels of damage on these guys. He can probably Shems Snickage if he really wants to. But I don't see a lot of holding power here. Instant terror out on the Death Runners. And now it's Snickage again. Snickage alone. All alone in this cruel world. Even the middle got resecured by the Empire. The grind working. You can pull in these guys to still win the game. Dandakan is still in a very nice lead. As sketchy as it may look. Seemed like he was in the lead and he never really lost it. HP's a resource, by the way, I guess. Boris with the 661 still alive. Not even close, baby. That's the Dandakan Charx special, man. Keeping their lords alive. Oh my goodness. Whew, can you use nukes with rats? No, they don't have that in multiplayer. Unless you let Icket Claw blow up on his motorbike. That will get you a little mini nuke, but that's about it. Dang. Pretty well played from Dandakan. Just like a solid build. Kind of just pushed forwards and somehow didn't die to the Globadiers. Globadiers had a really rough time and the grenade launchers cooked super hard. Warp Lightning Cannon got basically no value. Some really good snipes there. A lot of Empire Knights. That Empire Knight Swarm was glorious. Very well played. Which means now it's gonna be a little bit of boss toss action. Gonna be boss toss versus Dandakan. Oh my goodness. In a best of 3. These guys are playing the hearts out. Fun fact, by the way. Danican is probably playing Boss Toss in the top 8. So this is actually simulating what they will be doing in a top 8 situation. So it's quite likely that whoever wins this will be fairly advantaged in the big game. This will be very interesting. Some heavy hitters in this grand finals, man. These guys are terrifying. But yeah, let's see it. What will we see here? Danican. Boss Toss may whip out some Chaos Dwarf action. That could be quite scary versus the Dark Elves. Though I'm sure Danican has some crazy build to win it regardless. Pretty sure it gets death animation, doesn't even do that much damage. Oh, that's sad. Oh boy. Man, I'm gonna have to be so on point in the grand finals. I'm gonna have to play extraordinarily well. Oh boy, oh boy. The stress, man. I feel like Sepa have a decent chance of beating. Attack speed and Joyer is okay. I haven't lost a best of 9 to Danican before, so in theory I should be able to beat him in a best of 5. But I did recently lose a best of 3 against him. So, a lot to be worried about for sure. This should be a very exciting series though. Boss Toss and Danican, the old versus the new. Danican recently came onto the scene as a crazy Dark Elf main. Started crushing face. Boss Toss has been around since I took my break. Or sometime between me taking a break and coming back into Warhammer. Boss Toss has been there, grinding it out, getting better as time goes by. Would expect Boss Toss to do pretty good here. Micro on both sides is gonna be immaculate. I think both of these players are extremely high micro players. So we'll see. We will see. Is it just turn that I'll be casting? Well, I know I'll be casting my series. I don't know if other people will be casting though. It doesn't seem like much is set up for that. A lot of people are just going to be playing their matches beforehand. But anyone who does stream is probably going to stream their matches. So you can keep an eye out for that. Oh boy, I hope I can win this though. 3-time world champion. Come on, think about it. That would be so hype. And it's a pretty big prize pool, apparently. I can eat some good food. I can celebrate. But I should not count my eggs before they hatch. Especially because we didn't win this tournament, but... yeah, we'll see. Maybe Maverick? I don't know. Not a lot has actually been announced for the tournament. Thought we were avoiding mentioning the 3-peat to not jinx it. Well, let it be jinxed. Let it be jinxed. I'm not superstitious. I'll jinx everything. Hard mode activate. Alright, but yeah, they're probably still doing the picks and bans. If you don't win this grand finals, you can make a video series and farm content about my comeback for the next one. It's true. It's only in one month, and the DLC will be out by then. Yeah, Tim and own goal retiring / taking a break / dog sitting. Yeah. A lot of the old big names before I left are not really playing much anymore. We have a lot of new big names. Like before I left Warhammer, there was no Charix, there was no Danican, no Boss Toss. It was Tim, Own Goal, Houseplant, Blood Penguin, those guys. Man, I've really been sticking around for a long time. I think the only people in this community that have, like the local community, that have stuck around for this long or longer than me is like Turin and maybe Flying Taco if you count his return. Turin's the only OG that's been around since the very beginning. What a mad lad. But yeah, we'll see if they come back. I'd say there's a 50% return rate on people who take a break from the game. Stanican gonna play Bretonia. Are we going to get some sick Bretonia plays? Maybe. What's Turin like behind the scenes? He's exactly like he is on stream. Turin's so chill. There's very little that's different about him. He's basically the same guy. I think me behind the scenes, I'm generally a lot more introverted. So I don't really speak like this to people normally because it's very draining. I can speak to you guys because you're all bots. No, I can speak to you guys because it's very one way. I think it's the listening part. I think it's listening to people. It just makes me tired. So I have my soapbox here to make up for it. Yeah, Turin's a mega OG, man. Ultra OG. Yeah, Danican progressed super fast. He launched himself into the scene after I came back. It basically only took him a couple months. Are you married? I'm not married. Mayhaps one day. Introvert admits he'd be fine spending time with people if they just shut up. Oh my goodness. I take offense at you implying that a bot is bad. That's what people do nowadays, all right? Everyone hates on bots and AI. They're even making up slurs for it. It's crazy. Here we go, though. Let the best of 3 series commence. Find yourself someone who likes Warhammer 3. I don't think I have to do that. Yeah, there goes chat. Don't get banned. You're gonna get me banned. Look, it's on stream. If I delete a comment, it doesn't disappear. Oh God. But yeah, I feel like, you know, it'd be pretty cool to have someone that likes Warhammer. But also, it'd be kind of weird, man. Yeah, kind of weird. What if they watch my content? That's even weirder. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know. Let's start with a decent human being. Good communication skills. That's boring though, right? That's boring? Alright, never mind. Warhammer World Champion or bust? The liking Warhammer part can be added later. I don't think, you know, I've tried before. You can't really make people like Warhammer, sadly. People will enjoy what they enjoy. Warhammer is also like semi-niche. It's like semi-niche. It's not a game that like everybody knows. Seems like a high bar, gotta lower it. Human. I feel like human is nice. Just show them some Skaven ninja plushies. Yeah, nah. I will say though, I do value that communication. I guess you're gonna get married to Falcon then. All right, on it. I'll hit him up. Long time no see. Gotta find someone predispositioned to nerdy things. That's pretty common nowadays. That's pretty common. Anyways, I don't want to get too much into my social life though. You guys are gonna start sending me people. Give me like authenticity. We found a girlfriend for you. No. I can bet you someone in chat's gonna be weird. You're gonna know my tastes. You can find me a person who is human, speaks, and doesn't play Warhammer. Okay, that captures most of humanity. Gotta find someone extremely normal. Anyways. We're goodies. We're goodies. You know who's not goodies, though? Maybe Boss Toss. He's fighting Daniken's Dark Elves. Dark Elf kite's pretty nasty. Boss Toss's rush, though? Is he gonna dog rush? Is he gonna get the dogs out? Daniken likes to kite. Boss Toss likes to rush. This is like classic asymmetric gameplay going on right now. Ooh, who wins? Who wins? Oh, this is exciting. This is very exciting. Dogs, some skirms. No kite. Executioners. Whoa. Wow. There. Buddy. On a giant flat map. He bought 3 coursers, 2 executioners, 1 shade, 2 cold one knights. Okay. Alright. What the crap's going on? Death Sork. Doom and Darkness, very standard fare. Shaman Sorcerer Metal, you got the Searing Doom. We got the Wolfric, you got a boat. Lots of infantry. But there's nothing to catch. It's just the shades, right? Now we're seeing some, some Skin Wolf action. He does have Ruinous Flesh, too. Look at that. 23 armor and missile resist. Encourage some dog play. Interesting that we're seeing Boss Toss take Norskan Warhounds. Really interesting to see the executioners, though. Is there anything that can kill the executioners in this army? Actually, no. Searing Doom's not that great, but I feel like if they get rear charged enough, it's pretty over. And the battle begins. Seeing the Norskans. A soft push-up. But what will the first summons be? Neither player has summoned anything. Corsairs, okay. Corsairs are the first to make their way onto the battlefield. Look at those cool capes. Look at those lizard skin capes. Oh my gosh. I don't think it's actually lizard men though. I think it's sea creatures. Despite that, they don't have missile resist. How sad. But Norska's definitely got the more mobile army, right? Executioners cap out at 31 speed. Not particularly fast. I don't think the Dark Elves can move around very fast, but holding points is not too hard. A Norskan flank is not going to be able to beat the Cold One Knights. They're chilling. Femur Great Weapons. Okay. That'll reduce the Hargonet Executioner armor by a whopping 30%. They're not Skaven. I forgot. 30% reduction brings them down to 70. Make him a little squishier, but nothing too crazy. Here come the shades, though. Not getting any volleys off so far. No one has done anything to anyone. It's very surprised that we aren't seeing Spirit Leech spam on Wolfric. I suspect there could be some method to the madness. Maybe the Marauder Horsemen were screening out the Death Sorceress a little bit too hard. But there she goes. And gets the dodge. Very nice play. That's a 700 damage pickup on Wolfric. Couple more of those and he's in a pretty... He's gonna have a pretty bad day. Looks like he's gonna need like 4 more Spirit Leeches. Opal Amulet tanks a shot. Now he's going to be moving over here, trying to get this point. Norska looking to secure this point though. Will they go for a big rush though? Chariots are in. Ice Wolf Chariots, very annoying. A little bit of play here. If these are microed correctly, they can get a lot of work in. But if they get caught by the Cold One Knights, they're going to be basically useless. Speed difference though, 66 to 95. Almost 50% faster on the way to it. So keep away, they can absolutely do. It's going to have to be some interception plays, I think. And okay, there's a little bit of a charge here on the Norskan Ice Wolves now. These guys are a little overextended. Charging into the Femur Great Weapon. Misplay from Danican, but he gets another Spirit Leech on Wolfric. However, losing a full Cold One Knight for basically nothing. Not the best. Not the bestest. It's 1,000 gold down the drain. Unigot. Yeah, so he's down 850. Massive misplay on Danican's part. Now, his damage over here on the Supreme Sorceress means he's closer to 500 down. But if the main fight starts right now, he's almost down 850. Dark Riders. Running by the doggos. Man's best friend. Trying to save the shades. We'll probably see a counter charge. No, not much. But a big spell cast. Doom and Darkness on this pocket. What are we going to see route, though? One dog gets routed. Another one's getting low. Wolfric's doing fine, though. Shades are pretty beat up, too. Seems like Boss Sauce is kind of clutching this. And there we go. Searing Doom. Does it do any damage? Not much. Doombolt is cast on Wolfric, too. He's going to be down for the count. But he doesn't have a lot of abilities. Literally just Seafang. Wolfric will come back. And remember, if you're spending like 40 Winds of Magic to kill a unit that costs 1,000 gold, are you really doing well? Is that really a value trade? Well, maybe if you can get a big play off of Wolfric being dead. But right now, the man still stains. Meanwhile, on the far side, Femur Great Weapons are having the time of their lives. Lots of deeps. Already half paid for themselves, not even half dead. But the rear charge could potentially mess them up. We could see a Doom and Darkness route them off. Executioners are actually getting in pretty decent damage on them. Nearly 400 value on the Executioners. Making things a little awkward for Boss Toss. But ticket-wise, Boss Toss is pretty comfy. At least for now. He's not pressuring Danican, though. And if the Skin Wolf gets caught up, that would be pretty bad. Looks like he should be able to escape, though. He's kind of force-pathing himself a little bit. Really worried about these Femur, though. Who would have guessed? But the Executioners are executing Femur. Got another 10% HP off of these bad boys. The stats are just not high enough to even hit the Executioners. At a 20% chance to hit. Not exactly great. Another Doombolt on Wolfric hits. Coming in from the Doomfire Warlocks, not the spell. That's usually banned. But here come the Chariots. Getting a decent charge on the infantry. Searing Doom. Massive Searing Doom. Hits the Doomfire Warlocks. Real slugfest this game. But as you can see, Boss Toss is slightly ahead in the value trade. However, Wolfric getting real low. One more Doombolt and he's out of here. One more Spirit Leech and he's done for. And that could be the swing play that Dark Elves need. Plus their passive, it's building. We only need 100 more kills and the passive is a go. So Dark Elves definitely still have a lot of cards to play. Fimir are still alive though. They're still farming. Pretty good choice, but Executioners versus Berserkers. Let's see how this ends up. They're a little tired compared to the Berserkers, so they don't have as much melee attack. They don't need it though. Berserkers have basically no melee defense. And the Vigor is coming back right at the moment of the melee engagement. Daniken doing pretty good. Probably took this engagement knowing that his passive is triggering. Most people don't optimize this, but Daniken definitely is. As I believe he Spirit Leech Wolfric to death. Yes, Lord recently died. I think he got Spirit Leeched or Doom Bolted. So that's gonna result in some routes here. Harken at the Executioners. They're getting better at fighting as time goes on. The Vigor is replenishing. 50 melee attack, 35 melee defense for the next minute and 20 seconds. They may kill all these Berserkers. Holy crap, 1,000 value already on the Executioners. Looking pretty good. I don't know how I feel about this Norska build anymore. Wolfric's gone. The dogs are routing. And I think Daniken definitely took advantage of that passive. He timed the Wolfric death with the passive to get the ultimate swing play. Now, some Berserkers are starting to pull through. Hargonet Executioner is now at 1,150 value. Insane. Fighting dogs now. They're totally happy to do that. The passive will run out, but look at the vigor on all these elf units. They've been completely replenished. And a Soul Blight. Okay, that's not Doom and Darkness. Just a Soul Blight. So not gonna rout. Searing Doom. Hits a Cold One Knights. Oh my god. Searing Dooms are crazy. This guy's gonna die though. 1,500 value on these insane Searing Dooms on Cav. But hunted down he shall be. Gets caught up. Looking a little sus. Now obviously, no Wolfric resummon either. Oh, it's over then. Oh, it's so over. The Executioners have won. Cleaving their way through the Berserkers like no one's business. This one? Okay, maybe less so. Fewer targets for them to actually fight. Cold One Knights on the Skinwolf Werekin, beating him up. He's staggering a lot because of landing many hits with the bonus versus large. And a single Skinwolf over here against a Manticore. Goodbye. That's a terror route and a half. As indeed, she is on a Manticore. Dang. Dang. Some crazy plays. Daniken really cleaning up. Somewhere along the way, he also shut down the chariots really well. It really seemed like the Ice Wolf chariots were not super effective versus Daniken. And now his favorite unit. The ultimate in uptrading. Some Scourge Rotted chariots. They got anti-large. And they can basically never get caught. So they'll do pretty well. Spirit Leech on the Skinwolf too, just to really get him off the battlefield. He may even shatter here with his leadership so low. Or maybe he just dies. Shattering would be better though. Harder to resummon, though it doesn't really matter. There it is. Shattered. And now Boss Toss has to somehow recapture points. Now, he has brought back in Wolfric. The problem though is that the Dark Elves are super strong right now. The reason? Every time they summon in a unit, they get the Murderous Prowess for 90 seconds. That's enough for Cavalry to get into the fight with a little bit of Murderous Prowess still left in them. And that's pretty nice for him. Boat hits the Executioners though. This one not doing as well as the other. But with Doomfire Warlocks abound, it looks still pretty comfortable here. That's a good charge. Ice Wolves get the rear charge. No. Doubting it. They don't know where they want to go. Staggered a little bit. And they're going to get Doom and Darkness. There you go. No leadership. And an insta-terror out on the Ice Wolves. Brutal. Brutal plays from Daniken. Oh my goodness. I think he managed to just get a really strong fight against Norska at the best time possible. Doggos are gone. And now the cleanup begins. Cold One Knights get a solid charge on the backs of the Marauder Berserkers. Big rout. Skinwolves are once again terror routed into a full rout. Some dogs. There's just a lot of idle dudes. It's kind of crazy that these guys haven't been able to do anything because of the Corsairs and the Executioners. They basically nullified this entire man tide for Norska. And that's like 2,000 value over there. Not pretty. Dark Riders caught the dogs. Remember, they still have their mega buff. So that's 30 melee attack. It makes them really scary. And Wolfric's gonna die again. Daniken's a beast. Who would have guessed? How does he close this out though? Another Wolfric kill? I'm gonna see Norska try and snipe a point. They're certainly bringing in a lot of forces here. Don't have a lot of units. And yeah, boss house just stabs out. Okay. Alright, alright. Pretty spook. Pretty spook. Wolfric with decent damage. Shaman Sorcerer, O Metal. 1,500. 2,000 on the Supreme Sorceress of Death. Yeah. Oof. Oof. Look at that. No value. No value on a lot of these guys. Decent value on these two, I guess, but pretty spicy. Daniken. That's interesting. Starting with the melee. He's basically, he's looking Norska dead in the eyes and saying, I dare you to fight me. And then he won. It's terrifying. Boss got tossed. Is Daniken going to 2-0 here? That'd be a really good sign for him in the grand finals. Finally taking his dream build of Executioners. Dang. So what next then? What are we going to see next? What shall Norska bring? Boss House was definitely really underprepared for elite infantry, but who does that? Who brings elite infantry on such a ginormous map, right? It's kind of funny though. It's not like there's a lot of ways to actually kill Executioners, especially if you don't have the magic. That's gonna make Boss House quite wary when they actually play their best of 3. Exciting. Oh, so exciting. Next matchup though, let's see it. Let's see the matchup. Ponty seems to be a fan of Executioners, but he's also a Hydra enjoyer. Yeah. Daniken actually made Dark Elves Executioners work. Unfortunately, no one's been able to make Hydras work. But what we may see next is Dark Elves versus Beastmen. How exciting. You can bet Boss House is probably going to ban Dark Elves if he loses this one. This is Dried Floodplain. It's a pretty good map for Beastmen because there's a lot of trees everywhere. If Daniken wins this, imagine he takes Executioners again. Okay, what should Boss House do though? Should he just take a bunch of Ungor Raiders? Hydras would cook versus Beastmen? You'd think so, but Axe Throwers would just jump it. And then you charge it with some cav and it routes. Beastmen actually have some really good routing tools too. Malagor is minus what, 4 in a radius around him? And then Doom and Darkness, which is becoming more and more popular. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty rough, I'd say. This is very exciting though. We get to witness Daniken's Dark Elves before literally everyone bans his Dark Elves in the Grand Finals. It's a little sad that the Grand Finals bans. People do just ban your faction main rather than the most OP faction. But such is life. Which Blackguard were more meta? Aesthetically, they're your favorite unit? Oh yeah, no, he used Executioners, not Blackguard. Blackguard can sometimes be nice though, but yeah, they don't trade nearly as well versus infantry. Let's see though. I feel like Danican has Boss Sauce's number. I think his kite play is too good. And the fact that he's mixing in non-kite play too. Now Boss Sauce is probably just gonna take a lot of strong infantry and just rush his face down, right? What if Danican kites though? No! The main build! Oh my god, alright. Pestigors. This guy died to executioners. How could you tell? Oh my god, the quad Pestigor start. 4 Ungor Raiders. That's the you better not take executioners, I swear to god type of type of build. Oh my god. Man's been traumatized. Now this build is generally good. Maybe he's just taking a generally good build, but I like to think that Boss Toss is just reeling. Losing to executioners. I know I would. I have a really weak mental game. A lot of Ungor Spearmen. We got the Malagor. You got the Flock of Doom. What's not to love? Witch Elves, though. Witch Elves are a favorite unit of Danican. He quite likes taking them. They're high DPS. A lot of damage. They clear chaff like no one's business. Otherwise, a lot of infantry. He needs 1,000 kills to build up his meter. We got 2 Dark Shard shields over here. Supreme Sorcerer of Shadows. Let's see the magic. Pendulum and Malkoths. Okay. And a speed boost, which is a Danican favorite. Smoke and Mirrors. Really good for rushing down units. So funnily enough, the Dark Elf army is more melee than the Beastmen army. You know what that means? I bet Danican's gonna rush. I think he's gonna full melee rush. So look at it. The reason you take 2 spells is either you're stalling and you'll need to spam magic later on, or you're rushing and you want to magic dump their face. Flock of Doom got nerfed. Its cooldown is now 45 seconds. So if Danican just YOLO rushes right now, he potentially wins this. Beastmen might not see the danger either because of the trees. And then he's just going to hit the cav with the Malkoths. 25 seconds later, hit the infantry with the Pendulum. His infantry are blitzing at plus 10% speed. Jumps all the archers. Mega death. A lot of micro to be had. But generally speaking, I would say Danican is actually ahead here. Pestigors are also inefficient versus Witch Elves. Look at the stat difference. Armor piercing does not matter versus naked ladies. Look at that. They do have Primal Fury. It's a plus 5 melee attack. That's not too bad. Danican repositioning. Okay. He's repositioned. In a big tournament, I wouldn't be showing off the armies because stream sniping. I don't think Danican would stream snipe though. Maybe he just feels like not getting surrounded. Like he could be sweating bullets that he's gonna get rushed by Beastmen or something. Should be ready soon though. Beastmen chilling. There's gonna be a fast triple cap for Beastmen then. Danican's giving up a lot of space. Any moment now, and they will be ready. Oh, my eyes. That's actually really bright. Sorry for the flashbang. I did not expect that to be so bright. But here we go. And the forces, they march forward. So I think Danican wants to take a quick fight. It's not as good for his passive, but there's pretty close Vanguard points, so you can just spam Dark Riders that are buffed up. Going for a sick play. He's moving up. He's gonna have to keep these Dark Shards alive, but with so many melee units, that's pretty easy. And Beastmen don't have a lot of targets. Now Malagor, very early on, he just wants to get a sick Flock of Doom. Hits 3 units with it. Flock of Doom is equal to Malkoths in damage if it hits 2 units. So this is kind of like he got an amplified Malkoths versus the infantry. Bonus though, because Dark Elves just have no HP, Witch Elves have almost cavalry levels of HP. So I think he's pretty happy with the value he got. Classic game, not checking the gold damage value. Yeah, it gets 271 for an overcast Melkoth. That's pretty worth. And he's falling back. Boss toss. Respecting the melee front of Daniken. He does not want to take that fight. And he's just posturing. Getting into a slightly nicer position. Where he may not die. Will he activate his Ungor Raiders though? Or will he be playing passive with them? They're quite spread out, and Daniken doesn't know where they are yet. So they could be focused on one flank, they could be spread out, focused on the other flank. So Daniken's gonna be a little wary of positioning here. Decides to just go for a simple 2-cap. And takes a little bit of Ungor fire. Not gonna be so impactful as Cold One Knights. They do have 90 armor, they're mostly chilling. Now we're seeing the Raven Heralds get brought in. Okay. This is a unit that says, come get me. I have more range units here now, and I'm going to poke you. And you're going to have to advance if you actually want to not down trade a ton. Boss Toss says, screw you. I'm a trade with Flock of Doom. Gets another overcast Flock of Doom. Lots of damage, hits the Raven Heralds, but it doesn't kill anything just yet. However, while that doesn't matter as much on the flyers and the range units, melee units do suffer from a lack of HP. First spell though. The Pendulum. Partial dodge though. Very nice dodge from Boss Sauce. Saves half those Ungor Raiders. Their leadership will appreciate that. But here's the thing. Butch is a Kalkengarder here. The right flank of the Beastmen has not taken the fight yet. Unfortunately, a smidge of lag. Hopefully it gets resolved. Not like this. Not after all the posturing. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate situation. We're still in. I feel like Daniken's gonna get a lot of shots here. His infantry are gonna win, by the way. And then when the Beastmen rush in, he wins, he kills a lot of them with these Witch Elves. Gets the passive. Victory is his. Assuming there's not a disconnect. If it freezes like this for long enough, usually that means somebody's disconnecting. So we wait. It's a pretty bad disconnect. Might need a replay. Diorama mode activated. I think I saw something move. With those axes. Those are axes being thrown. It's expensive, man. Just chucking the whole axe. I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. You love that they keep screaming? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Flying around. Do you realize Centaurs are this big? If that's a Witch Elf, then this Centaur is huge. They're massive, bro. Bloody massive. This guy's accepting death, by the way. Yo, he's short. He is an Ungor. These are elves. Oh, yeah. That's the face of a very uncomfortable man. All right. New screenshot. Hell yeah. Yeah, they're basically horse size, which is massive, yeah. A normal human body on a horse would look weird. That's why they're so huge and ripped. Oh my god, look at that. Huge. Other side doesn't even notice him. Meanwhile, over here we have some raiders. They're booking it. Good old peer-to-peer connection, by the way. Too bad we will never get servers, ever. I don't know how this guy sees, by the way. This is way too draped over his head. Vision is useful. This guy knows what's up. Oh, saw his eyeball for a second. This guy also hates seeing. I guess it keeps the sun out of your eyes, maybe. Very nice. Malagor still has 0 kills with 800 value. That's pretty crazy. Just with the Flocks of Doom. You can tell that the Beastmen don't really want to take this fight. This is a pretty bad fight for the Beastmen. Although, I guess they're trying to get some Minotaur picks here. Maybe to kill the Witch Elves. How are you, mate? I'm doing pretty good. A little tired. Stream is going on a little longer than I'm used to. Tournament streams, too, are especially draining. I need to get some food. It's dinner time. Where the sustenance at, man? Where? Can't get blinded by the sun if you're blinded leaving the house. Love it. I think Malagor's gonna... Holy crap, no boss toss.
I knew it.
The drop.
Unending
No.
glory is yours.
Alright, well, I guess they're replaying same armies. I suppose, but the boss, he gone. And the game's glitching. Come on. Get me to the end screen. Come on. Come on. I believe. Alright, I think they rehosted. I'm just gonna have to alt F4. A little unfortunate, but this is a minor stakes tournament. I'm sure both players are totally fine just rematching. All right. Away we go. Do I have that replay? Did the autosave? Oh, it did. Okay. Nice. It saved. Thank goodness. Okay, so I can send both players their armies. Very nice. So, Boss Toss basically just had Centaurs in reserve. Danican had Doomfire Warlocks, Dark Riders, a Cold One Dread Knight, a Manticore, and his Raven Heralds. Alright. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Are you a full-time streamer, or do you just stream for fun? Both. I'm a full-time streamer. I make enough to pay rent and eat and all that, but I have to live pretty frugally. The goal is to increase my streaming revenue by x2. If I can double the amount of money I make, which is a bit of a big ask, but it's well within the realms of possibility, then I should be making more than when I did computer science. That's the goal. But yeah, we stream full time. As much as I like having money, the joys of streaming far supersede all of that. I also don't need a car, which is like mad savings. Though I probably will need one eventually. Living in Canada be like that. So there they go. Beastmen going on the aggro again. Dark Elves. Positioning like so. Let's see who can get it done. Unfortunately, we can't see his passive anymore. I can't see Danican's murderous passive. Can't see the build up because Boss Toss is our ally in quotes. That's just how the spectator be. CA, please fix one day, maybe. Your stream is awesome. Thank you. Happy that we have a lot of people that enjoy watching. Yo, moose men. Beastmen would be unstoppable if they got some moose energy in them. Unfortunately, they picked the goat, which is like okay, but like not really that exciting. They got goats and cows. They got bulls. No meese.
We have a victory
Garbage.
point.
All right, but look at this. We got a Melkotzer. She's gonna Melkots the Centaurs. A little bit of deeps. Flock of Doom. Gonna be chucked out right here. Right here,
Have a
Overcast.
victory point.
Right here, right
Keep
now.
it from the
Horseman.
foe.
Why they choose herbivores? I think it's Zinch. I think it's Zinch's fault. Zinch was definitely like, I know how we can bless these guys. I got a great idea. And all the other Chaos Gods were like, you're hilarious. They then argued about everything else, but if there's one thing they can agree on, it's that they all hate Beastmen. Flock of Doom Overcast hits 3 units. That's about what you want. Good damage on the Raven Heralds. Doesn't hit the Witch Elves though. Witch Elves are gonna be slightly more comfy. Now will Daniken just take a straight up fight? They may very well, but first things first. Just going for that easy peasy lemon squeezy double cap. Beastmen have already gone 200 tickets. That's the Beastmen difference. They're just gonna have more tickets than you because they have some real nasty vanguarding. A lot of infantry. A lot of infantry in general here. Pendulum. This time not dodged. Oh, partially dodged still. Not as well as last time though. But if it's enough to keep them sticking around, that's nice. See that attack command, by the way? CA. There you go. Yeah, if you give attack commands, it makes them move sideways a lot of the time. Really annoying bug. There's the Melkoth. Overall, damage is kind of mild. None of the Ungor Raiders died, and they didn't rout. So in the end, the Pendulum doesn't do a lot until they are off the battlefield. So Dark Riders are trying to finish the job. Sneaking in over here. And now the Dark Elves are not fully fighting, while the Beastmen are more or less fully engaged. Dark Riders are in though, disrupting the Ungor Raiders. Pestigors are going to route to Witch Elves, but they did kill most of them. So that's generally a dub for the Pestigors. No! Oh man, the double route! Alright, that's pretty crazy. Fairly even trade then. Dark Shards is still alive though. Remember, Dark Elves have a significantly higher melee core. Then you also got to consider when their passive triggers, their value trading is going to go up massively, but they have to stay in the fight for that to actually work. Cold One Knight goes down. We got Doomfire Warlock. No big targets though. Partial charge on the Ungors, but they don't want to stick in there. Disengaging. Very well played from Daniken. And this is the double cap situation, but Beastmen got the early cap, so they're pretty comfortable. Pulling away now over there. Looks like Daniken mostly wants to focus on the center line and cleaning up his left flank. But the Beastmen have arrived. That's a pretty nasty Centaur charge. Oof. Catches a couple Dread Spears, unbraced. Pretty brutal. Looks like they will be going down. Boss Toss, winning the flanks. Center line is very much in the way of Daniken though. Which is a Kalkan Guard going to be mildly problematic. There's a passive trigger as the fighting has been going real hard. And most of his units are not routing, so Daniken should be pretty happy about that passive. He's not getting a lot of shots just yet with the Dark Shards, but in a big old tussle here, like look at that leadership. They're chilling. And we got Doomfire Warlock coming on in with the passive online and operational. It's a mega boost. Increases your melee attack charge bonus, AP damage, leadership, and vigor. Gets them right on top of these Centaurs. The damage will be massive. Probably going to kill the Butchers of Kalkan Guard too, which is a really nice pick. This is one of those units that you want to keep around for a long time. if they don't pay for themselves, that's very painful for the Beastmen. Daniken has now won the left side engagement too, as the passive has triggered. Doombolt on Malagor, also pretty rough. And this is looking pretty bad. Massive 2,000 gold swing for the Dark Elves. Dark Riders are coming on in. They're gonna bully a couple Centaurs, but I would say this is not very comfortable for Beastmen at all, is it? Not very comfortable at all. The Dark Elves had the far superior melee front line. Not a lot of gores, a lot of ungores and pestigores here. Probably worried about those executioners. But Dark Elves can go light infantry, they can go heavy. And if you don't spec for the right one, you're screwed. Does get maybe a spell. No, that's Daniken. Soul Blight. If he kills the butchers too, that's huge. 600 value is not nearly enough. That's 1,000 gold less than they cost to bring onto the battlefield, and I think Daniken's done it. His Dark Elves are just way too menacing, man. His Dark Elves is crazy. You can bet Boss Toss is gonna ban Daniken's Dark Elves in the grand finals. As everybody is getting chopped up. Beastmen not looking very healthy. Basically army wiped. And all these guys, look at that. Full vigor. Fresh bleak swords. Chilling. Gets the Manticore. Melkoth's on the Centaurs. Not a problem. For the Dark Elves, Centaur's super dead. And the Manticore's on the chase. Now Malagor's faster. Manticore's still pretty spooky though. There you go. Hostile stats out. Dang. Fun day today. A long day. Grand finals is going to be on Saturday. That's when it all goes down in but a couple days. Now, tomorrow I'm busy. Can't stream. Friday is when we play the first round of the semifinals. Streamed by yours truly. If we lose, we won't be playing on Saturday. It's going to be at 1 p.m. EST, same time that I always stream. So keep an eye out for that. And I hope you guys have a good day. No stress. No stress. Didn't win a single tournament this week, but it's okay. It's okay. We can make do. Congrats to Daniken with some crazy Dark Elf plays. All right. I think I have a good enough outro. I don't worry about it too much. I gotta focus on the main content first. Scores all reported though. So congratulations to Daniken. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys Friday for the big fight. Very exciting.